I think it's a lot of semantics, and there's different things you guys are discussing. But here's what I know about money.
I'm sorry, I crack myself up sometimes. I forgot I said that. You know what? You little fucking assholes out there, these little cocksuckers that hate me, they try to pretend like I'm not funny. Let me tell you something. I am very picky about who's funny, and very few people make me laugh. All right. So when was that? When did he do that little gimmick?
Honestly, I've now heard this 3 times, and I can't keep up with it every time because it's just so white trash in my ear.
But that's what I'm saying.
I really have listened to this entire episode 3 times. Because I didn't do that in preparation. I wanted to hear it.
But I make me fucking laugh. Like when I'm drunk and I forget what I said, and then I see it, I'm fucking hysterical. I may not be the funniest guy in the world, but I am very good at, like, I'm a good tastemaker when it comes to what's funny. That guy's funny. That guy on the bottom. I forgot his stuff. It's a deaf way. What else can you do? I am very picky about who's funny, and very few people make me laugh.
I mean, look, Mersh thinks I'm funny. What can I say? I'm a funny guy. Welcome to the moon base, everybody. Thing is with Mersh, he was on this, what are they called? Mere Musk, I think. He was on this Mere Musk show the other day, and I watched the whole thing. This was a thrill ride. It was an absolute roller coaster. I couldn't believe it. I mean, the entire time you wonder, whose side are these guys on? Are they trolls? Are they messing with Mersh? Are they super fans? They kind of seem like they're super fans of Mersh as well. And it's really hard if you've never seen these guys before, you might not know. I had seen these guys before, though. My friend Ryan Katsu Rivera had been on their show before, and I had watched that. In fact, I got a little bit of a shout out on that episode. Let's take a look at that.
And like all your spheres of YouTube and streamers that you kind of focus on, but speaking of Brittany, the last time I heard you pop back up was on Pod Awful. I think you called in recently, right?
Oh yeah, I love that dude.
Yeah,
Jesse is he's the man.
And I heard you and they said your name because I haven't been keeping up on your other show.
Wow.
And then I was like, oh, that's Gavin's dude. And then of course the Stevie Lou thing, but yeah, no, it's a small world because Jesse PS he's got a really good show going.
That's so true. Wow, they're talking about me over on Mere Musk. I'm basically a celebrity at this point.
Yeah, that's another guy. Like, I appreciate the I don't know. I just like, there's a show that I like that is basically like what we're doing right here, which is like PKA, and they're like total normies.
No.
They're kind of normies. I don't know. I like their show. Like, they're funny dudes.
Ryan, no. God, no.
They're not in like a ha way even.
Right. Yes. Okay. Like a laugh at their face.
They just like get along. So it's like a friend simulator sometimes.
Oh, okay. Not.
But
I watch their stuff.
Right. Yeah. They're just fun. It's like lighthearted.
Well, this is exciting, right? These guys, Mere Musk and his bizarre Don Imus friend, Dr. Chow. They watch Pod Awful. These guys are big awful heads.
Good.
They're pod heads.
Doesn't feel like the world is ending when you're watching it. You're like, everything's fine.
Yeah, hang on. There's actually normal people about. All right.
Yeah, I like that. I love, like their energy. But anyway, but Pod Awful, like is a complete opposite. It's like meticulous yet again.
It doesn't feel like you're friends with me.
Similar to Crime Report too. Even
for Ryan, who is friends with me.
Where we have a couple of things we want to hit, and there's a way to do it right and a way to do it wrong. It's not like, it's not just free flowing. He gets in and he gets out, and it's like produced well. He's got bumpers and shit like that. It's like TV, so
wow.
Yeah,
I always like that sort of thing.
Yeah, so these guys love me. So these guys, they know Pod Awful. They know the whole lore. Now, Ryan told me, you got to check this out. I was on the show. I gave you a shout out and everything. And, I kind of forgot about it for a while. But then I remember them. This was like 3 months ago, I think Ryan was on there. It was a while back. And I remembered them. I took another look at them because, we've got a friend of the show. I just put out a clip where I was on his show. It's this guy called Comedy Shaman. Comedy Shaman, we did a whole episode about him. And, this is a great dude. Listen, is he a goon of the show? Sure, anybody I talk about on the show is a goon. But he's also a friend of the show. We love Comedy Shaman. And he took his lumps in stride. He laughed along with it. And now we're pretty good pals. Comedy Shaman told me that these guys apparently pay guests to come on. They've had Andy Dick on their show. They had the world famous Donkey Lips on the show. Salute Your Shorts' own Donkey Lips was on. So these guys have had a bunch of people on, and the way they get their big name guests is they pay them. They give them money, which means MERSH, when he went on their show, it was because they paid him. So I said to the Comedy Shaman, now listen, are they paying everybody the same amount? No way. Andy Dick obviously is probably making more than Donkey Lips. Donkey Lips is probably making more than MERSH. I could see them offering MERSH a little bit more money than the Comedy Shaman. But I asked Comedy Shaman, I said, how much did they offer you? And Comedy Shaman says, $50. So there is a distinct possibility that MERSH did this interview for $50, which means there's a distinct possibility that MERSH needs $50. Not something you would think about a world-famous Hollywood E-celebrity once you're on the D-list style like MERSH.
I'm always going to be Big Dick Daddy.
I mean, this is one of the biggest guys you know. So I asked the Comedy Shaman this. He says $50. Now, could MERSH have made $100? Sure. But that just means, and this is very important to note, that just means that MERSH needs $100. Which isn't great. He can't be doing that well if he really needs it. And that's the only reason he would have done it. That's the only reason possible that he would have gone on the show. And I have a feeling the only reason he would have done their show is because, I may have, through meticulous, tiny little petty micro manipulations, I may have been pushing them toward trying their hardest to get MERSH on their show. Now, am I saying that I was pulling the strings by any means? Am I saying that, I was behind the scenes telling them what to ask him, telling them what to do, setting up a giant fake fan troll interview? No, I'm not saying that because that would be crazy. But what I am saying is MERSH went on the show and it was the biggest train wreck I've ever seen, and I can't wait to show it to you. So let's check out an interview with the gay vampire. This is Pod Awful.
Second alive, you wanna die. Pod Awful makes it worse. Government lit, they won't let you fly. Pod Awful quench your thirst. The future is near, happy to be here. Pod Awful dreams come true. Space on the moon, just laughs at the goons. Pod Awful's watching you.
I'm living proof that the AIDS virus doesn't exist. Okay?
Okay. Welcome, everybody! Happy to be here. I'm your host, Jesse P.S. This is Pod Awful, a season lunatic fringe, by the way. We're having a great time. And by the way, this is big. This is important. We are going to solve world comedy.
Let's go, Felted, etc.
It's happening. Let's solve world comedy together. We're getting closer and closer by the day with your donations. I see people beloved chatter. We've got people becoming members on the YouTube. I don't even ask people to do that, by the way. Join the Pizza Fund. The membership thing on YouTube is a grift. Okay? It's nothing. It just happens to be there. H2BT, more likely. Let's go into the Piranha Thank you.
Hi, Jesse.
Hi, henchmen. How's everybody doing? Hi. Let's get in here. Guys, we're solving it.
Jesse.
Can you believe it? We're closer and closer by the day. We're closer and closer to solving world comedy. It's amazing.
Yay.
I'm gonna,
step at a time.
What'd you say? What?
One step at a time.
One step at a time. That's right. I've got my camera. You guys can see everything. Everything good? All right.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome everybody. Thank you. So yeah, we're gonna go over the whole MERSH interview here in a second, but we got some other things we got to cover as well. Feel free to jump in at any time on this. Now most of you in here with me, I think, watched this live. Like it was unbelievable, right? Fucking roller coaster, like up and down. We actually, this is the craziest part. We thought MERSH was winning at one. We turned to, like we were on MERSH's team, Team MERSH. We were all on Team MERSH for like a minute. It was the shortest amount of time, but in the first time in like 4 years, 100% Team MERSH, which is pretty incredible. No one
saw it coming.
Nobody saw that coming. It's impossible to see something like that coming. By the way, MERSH is turning trans. I don't know if you guys saw that. This was posted on Twitter earlier today.
Hard 9.
A hard 9. That's right. People are talking about this. The hard 9. This is posted in Discord. Join the cult, by the way, podawful.com/cult. We've got the Bad Luck Boys on Twitter. He says, bruh, if you could put my brain and soul into the body of a 22-year-old hard 9, I'd rule the world. Now, what is he talking about here? And all without more than some hand and mouth stuff. No, hang on a second.
Okay.
He says these chicks don't know what they have or what they lack. And listen, MERSH is never caught lacking when it comes to hand and mouth stuff. Now, I think it was like 6 years ago or so, a long time ago, I put out on the show, I said, goons, like one thing about goons is if you bully them hard enough, they turn trans. Okay. This is a known phenomenon with internet goons, Chris Chan being the obvious progenitor of all of this. But there's so many examples over and over again. Goons, they get pranked, they get trolled, they get hassled, they get wrastled. They experience pot awful watching them. And the end result is always transitioning. And we've been watching MERSH slowly become a cat lady, obviously. We knew he was on the precipice. But this is him testing the waters. This is him taking his little sock foot and dipping a toe. Okay? So now this is in reply to a guy. He says, have you tried being a 20-year-old thought? Now, obviously, that guy is kidding. But it turns out MERSH was considering it. Like, which shouldn't be possible. You would think, and this is like a hard living, hard drinking, hard Scrabble, smoking kind of guy. Deep voice, kind of, one of these guys. And then it turns out he wants to be a dainty princess. We've been calling him the queen all this time. He would love to be out there doing, let me read this again, some hand and mouth stuff. So hard 9, by the way. What is hard 9 like? Meaning
that's the best rating you can get.
Well,
nobody's a 10, obviously.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, we're living in a dream society where MERSH is putting on a tutu and dancing around. Why not just dream a 10? You can dream big, Dream big or go home is what I always say. I say 3 things. I say, dream big or go home. I say, keep your feet on the ground and keep reaching for the stars. And I also say, you watch the internet, I'll watch the skies. So we're solving world. Guys, we're solving world comedy. It's happening. You can feel it. You can feel that we're on the precipice of something. There's something big around the corner when it comes to all of this. And when we solve world comedy, that's it. Okay? It's done. No, there's nothing to cover anymore. All right, so we will get there eventually. So I just read this one more time. Bruh, if you could put my brain and soul into the body of a 22-year-old hard 9, I'd rule the world. We got to make this happen. How do we get MERSH to become a hard 9. Now, listen, a lady is easy. It turns out. I didn't know this. Like when I was a kid, nobody explained this to me. It turns out you can become a lady. All right, as a guy, you can just decide one day that you are in fact a lady, and the only requirement is a weird tube top. Okay, not even like a classic tube, not even like a denim. You know, you don't have to wear Daisy Dukes or not. Just a weird tube top, something like you've never even seen on the store shelves, where you kind of think to yourself, did that guy just sew that himself? Did he put? Is he a cosplayer or is he like really trans? You can't tell. Trans ladies and cosplayers are kind of the same guy at this point in a lot of ways, where a trans person, you know, a lot, sometimes I think they actually are dressing up like an anime character. I think that's what turns a lot of them to T. So getting MERSH to the point where he's legally speaking a lady is as easy as stealing his driver's ID out of his wallet, okay, which is very easy to do. He's drunk. You just slip your hand in. He thinks you're going for some hand and mouth stuff. You take the driver's license, you cross out the M, you write F, which is sort of the opposite way of how MERSH used to hide his grades in school. He would cross out the F and draw an M somehow. I don't know why, but he would. Listen, MERSH, there's a reason he was failing. So he crossed out the thing. He crossed his eyes. He crossed out F. He's crossing all sorts of stuff. We cross swords sometimes. Do I still have that one? Did I cross swords with this guy? Do I have that one? Cross swords. There we go.
Did I cross swords with this guy at some point?
Yeah. So he's crossing stuff. So we need to find a way, though. This is the tough part. Making him girl. Wow, Jesse. This is your job? Okay. Easy.
Baby girl coated.
Making him baby girl coated is easy. Okay. We could put him in a baby girl's coat all day long. Hard 9. Listen, I think we could do 3 for sure. A hard 3 even. I think we could achieve 4 if we really put our minds to it, put some elbow grease in there.
What about a soft 5?
Soft 5,
No.
I think soft 5's on the table. I think soft 5's on the table. I mean, listen, all of these, freaks, they wear wigs, right? When you tee out, you wear a wig. I mean, most of them become, I think the theory is, this isn't my theory, but I mean, I've noticed, I think we've all noticed the phenomenon that becoming T is sort of it's a bald phenomenon.
I was about to say, I think male pattern baldness is kind of one of the prerequisites for turning trans.
Yeah, and you don't turn trans, you're born that way, actually, James. I want to correct you on that. We support our hard 9s out there, but we support the hand and mouth community. But the thing is when it comes to being T, a lot of them are bald. You're right about that. They start out bald. And then they start growing the bald, so you've got sort of a, what would you call it? Like a desperation mullet, maybe, where, it's, it's party in the back and it's like some of the most severe business ever in the front. Like a business who's filing for bankruptcy and you're pulling, it's your last straw. You're pulling it all together. The community is rallying around you. It's a black-owned business in a lot of ways. So
the last days at Enron,
something like that. Yeah, exactly. So I think what MERSH could do, he could grow it out. But once we get over the baldness, we could get him to 5, soft 5, very soft 5. 5 is most women, right? I think we could get MERSH looking like have you seen most women? Yikes. Yeah. So we could do that. I mean, have you just seen the women in the Henchmen, like here in the cult? We could certainly get them looking as good as Candace, right? Definitely.
So
that should be easy enough. What's wrong? Well, I didn't say there's something wrong. Why'd you say sorry? 5 is good. 5 is average. Yeah. 5 is the most you should hope to be as a woman. Now, as MERSH, you should be hoping to be a 10. But as a woman, you should hope and pray for a hard 5. That's like the most likely. If you're a 7, you're a celebrity. You know what I mean? Like, it's very rarefied air. So what is it?
MERSH, reaching for the stars.
Well, MERSH is a celeb. This makes sense. Now the problem comes when we try to get him past that 5. I don't know if we could. We could take all year, and I don't know if we could do it. If I focused all of my efforts on making MERSH beautiful, I don't know, even all the foot and hand and mouth stuff in the world, and I don't know where foot came in to the picture, but it did. All of that in the world, and I don't think that we could even get him to an 8. Even with his celebrity, even with his Peacock subscription, he's paying for Peacock still. Did you guys know that? He says that in the interview. I don't know that it'll be. I've got timestamps for the interview here, so I don't know if this will be in what I've got. But at one point, he mentions how he still has the Peacock subscription. Why can't I say these words? You know what it is? I'm thinking about MERSH giving me hand and mouth stuff, and it's getting me hot and bothered.
Oh, no.
I'm getting a little arky. So he got Peacock a year ago because he was on Peacock for half a second, and he's just forgotten. Maybe either he bought the year-long sub, which I bet is what he did, or he is just forgetting to cancel at the end of each month, which is definitely possible. He rolls out of his beer bottles, doesn't remember. So here's the thing. I was thinking about this. He bought the sub to Peacock not because he wants to watch wrestling on it or whatever. It was to promote him. Isn't that nuts? Like, if you think about it, he was trying to inflate his numbers. Basically, MERSH, even when on a legitimate service, is buying subs. How crazy is that? So, and I wonder if he bought other, like in MERSH's cross-eyed mind, he thought like, oh yeah, if I join Peacock, it'll look like the numbers are going up because I'm on there. Remember, he thought this was going to be Tiger King, his Peacock appearance.
God.
So,
Be the next Tiger King.
How crazy is it, by the way, if someone doesn't know MERSH and they're tuning into this show for the first time?
What are you even doing here?
MERSH is a fat guy. That's it. We're bullying a fat, and you can take it or leave it.
That all cross-eyed dead
Soon
dude.
to be a fat, strong 9.
Soon to be a beautiful one. And I'll be like begging him to come back to me. Like, can we please be friends? I'll leave my wife, my mail order bride. I'm going to leave her. So anyway, with MERSH, the Peacock thing, I was thinking like, I wonder what I don't know how much a Peacock sub is. I think it's like maybe 50 for a year, 60 for a year or something like that.
Black Friday was 20 for a year, and yeah.
Damn.
So 20 for the year, but that's Black Friday. That's Black Friday. He didn't get that deal, probably. I'm going to assume he didn't get that deal. So, and it's been,
I think it was 40. Yeah.
40 for the regular price.
I think so. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, 40. So let's say I'm going to say it's 50. I think it's 50. Or I think it was 50 because I remember looking at it before. I never got it. We stole it and streamed the whole episode. So, and again, he only appeared in May. I would say we called him 3-minute MERSH at the time. That was generous. Yeah. It turns out it was less than 3. Which is not me saying secretly that I love you, MERSH, because I'm pretending that he might one day be a hard 9. I less than 3 you. So I think MERSH,
a hard 3.
No, not a very soft 3. Soft 3-minute MERSH. So I think the deal is let's just call it 50, right? Let's call it 50. Now he's had the sub for at least the second year now. Like we're into the new year here, right? So he's spent $100. Now what we need to figure out is how much money did he make, and then how much has he lost on subs. And again, I believe that he may have even gone as far as buying multiple subscriptions to Peacock to try to inflate the numbers here. So this is something we'll keep track of in the future. We'll keep an eye on this and just make sure. Let's do this, though. We got to check out another thing before we get this started. I made a big oopsie, all right? Now, again, we're here. We're solving world comedy. It's something Pod Awful does. Nobody else has done this before. So I have to call it out. When I make a big oopsie, I got to let you guys, we got to make a correction on things, right? The last episode of the show, it was our big Thanksgiving episode, Turkey Tom. We had Turkey Tom on the table. So think of this as a little bit of leftovers from Thanksgiving, okay? Because I messed up. I burned a little turkey. The episode that came out of Lol Cow Live, the podcast starring the Lol Cows known as Mutantar, Big Fat Nick Dioreos, and of course, Carve That Turkey Tom, and also some other guys like Boogie, some other fat guy or something. Anyway, so this podcast, which again is called Lol Cow Live, despite the fact that it is never live, they put out an episode the same day as we had the Thanksgiving episode. And I only got a chance to watch it like very quickly, about halfway through before the show, just to find any little nugget. There was a nugget. There was a big turkey nugget that I missed in this one, and it's unbelievable that I managed to miss this. This has to go into the pantheon of what's going on in the pod awful universe. You're not going to believe this. This is, we did a whole Turkey Tom carving his chest. He takes his girlfriend's name. He carves her name into his chest because she cucked him. He does this, right? And it turns out they talked about it in this episode.
Oh.
And I missed it. They missed it.
Shit.
They talked about it. It got brought up. And of course, it's being brought up by the cows. It's not being brought up by, it's never going to be brought up on the Turkey Tom side of things. In fact, I can't even believe that Keemstar allowed this to stay in the episode, but something very magical happened with this. Something like, I think we might have a mole on the inside. We talked a lot of shit about the editor on the last episode. We love the editor of Lol Cow Live now. Check this out.
You know, because like I've lost half my income from things that's happened.
I'll be honest with you, Jordy. I think most of your trolls are concerned trolls, because a lot of times, okay, number one, I admittedly I might be biased. I've spent some time with you. I've talked to you. I've got to know you and your wife. I think you guys are great people. That said, I think most of them aren't so fucking stupid that they believe the shit they're peddling.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I agree with.
Let's just start with this. I can hear Boogie's audio bleeding through into one of the other guys' audio. There's like an echo in there, so great production. This is good.
Boogie. I don't think they say it. They just say it on purpose.
And again, we don't know who this. We'll never figure out anything about the guy in the middle. He doesn't even exist in our playing field.
Like there was this rumor about Turkey Tom.
Okay, but now we're listening. There's a rumor about Turkey Tom. Can you guys can see and hear this, right?
Yep.
And this,
Yep.
Just making sure. Just making sure. So he's bringing it up. Turkey Tom. It's happening.
They just say it on purpose. Like there was this rumor about Turkey Tom that I guess he broke up with his girlfriend and carved his name into his chest.
I mean, okay, sure. Spread the rumor for us. Great. And again, it's not just a rumor. It legitimately really did happen. This is not it's not a bit. We didn't make this up. It's the funniest thing ever, obviously, but it's not a pod awful gay op, okay?
And stuff like that. And it's just fucking horseshit.
Okay. So this is like one of those times where this is like a Snopes style debunking. Here's how you debunk stuff on the internet. You just say it has been debunked, and then 5 years later you get arrested for child pornography on your computer. Teraflops and teraflops of it. It has been debunked. Turkey Tom, girlfriend, carving, no, that shit? Nah, that didn't happen. What's my proof?
Happen. And the people that were spreading it, they wanted like Turkey.
You seeing this? You seeing this shit? You see this shit? You see this shit? You see what's going on at the bottom of the screen here?
It didn't happen. And the people that were spreading it, they wanted like Turkey Tom to be a bit.
They won't click.
They wanted to be.
I didn't edit that in. That is in the episode. This is the live YouTube page here. Okay. Again, not live. Lol Cow Live. Not live. Is this live? No. The editor put in broom emojis and said, sweep He's saying the Jannies are sweeping up for Turkey Tom.
Beautiful.
And by the way, these are supposedly the lol cows. So you can take anything they say and throw it away. Just put it in the garbage. These are Boogie's a liar, right? These guys just lie. They're stupid. Here's what we're supposed to think about these guys. Stupid, liars. They get everything wrong. You can't trust them. So let's hear what they have to say again.
That I guess he broke up with his girlfriend and carved his name into his chest and stuff like that. And it's just fucking horseshit. It didn't happen. And the people that were spreading it, they wanted like Turkey Tom to be a bit.
They won't
They wanted to be. Well, it not even clicks. Like it was on Twitter. Like people
just clicks. We hadn't even done the episode yet. What clicks?
Just hated Tom because Tom's like a big shot now, you know. So
yeah, Tom the big shot. Oh, we're going for the big guy. That's why. It's not because we think it's silly that he carved a woman's name into his chest. I mean, listen. Every single week, some video goes viral because a girl, gets her boyfriend's name tattooed on her head or his face tattooed on her neck. A guy carves his girlfriend's name into his chest. It's because he's big that we talk about it. It has nothing to do with the fact that it's psycho. It has nothing to do with the fact that you should be scared. You should be in fear for your life around Turkey Thomas.
I've always said this. As long as YouTube is willing to pay these people for these opinions, they'll continue to have these opinions.
Sure. And I think
lol cow opinion. There you go. That's a lol cow style opinion.
Well, I mean, look, I would even go as far to say that neither of you have probably, this is going to piss everybody off.
Okay, and I only played it that much longer because he said probably. So this is another thing that you can just throw anyone's ideas out the window the second they say something like probably. Which I believe is a brand.
I don't know. I think it's cool to hear Renan on a podcast.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure probably is just a brand of pizza crust, But anyway, throw that out. When you hear it is what it is, when you hear at the end of the day, when you hear probably, you're not dealing with a full deck of cards. Okay, we're going to get into the full interview here. Now, again, this is Mere Musk. I encourage you to go check them out. We can't go over the full interview here, but it's worth the full. You should go watch the full interview. We're going to go over the best parts, the highlights. Let's just check out a little bit of it here. We'll just do the intro and see where we go from there.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of Mere Musk, the MERSH interview. And I just want to say for the record right fucking now, you are the man, you are the fucking myth, you are the fucking legend. And it is an honor and it is a privilege as a podcaster to have you on here today. Just thank you so much for coming on, sir. It is just, thank you. For real. It's great.
Is he fucking with me?
No, bro.
That's it. I'm going to go back and watch if you've ever had Ray DeVito on and said the same thing.
Yeah, well, I like Ray at first, and then he started pissing me off because he's retarded. But besides the point.
We've had Ray on at least once, and it didn't go too great,
No.
He was oblivious the whole time, so.
If I ever find out you called him a legend, I'm going to throw a drink.
He's a legend of the mids, right? Let's just say that. Of the Cleveland mids, he's a legend in his own right.
But he's a Cleveland guy?
Yeah, he's a Cleveland Ohio boy.
MERSH, so wait a minute. So Ray DeVito's the second most well-known guy in the Dabblerverse from Cleveland.
Yes.
Debatable. Him and Zumak are, they're both I think Brennan called him the Cleveland Middles.
The Dablin,
and they've known each other for like 20 years.
But Chad's way more well-known. He's got way more press, and he has a way longer rap sheet.
Yeah, I would argue that too. He's because he'd been out in LA and he's pissed off way more famous people than Ray. Ray's just kind of just there,
Yeah, I've been out to LA too. I had to fly to Mexico City. Stop there, refuel.
Yeah, didn't Chad also open up for Bert Kreischer a lot too on tour with him or some shit?
Yeah, they were buddies, and then he spazzed on him when he was all drunk or something, and now they don't get along. So
imagine getting fired by Bert Kreischer because you spazzed out when you were drunk. Jesus Christ.
No, but MERSH, man, I just want to say, thank you so much for coming on as always. I kind of want to just get into you as what your past history was and how you became a podcaster. Because I heard you were a comedian beforehand, right? You were doing your dabbling in stand up. I just kind of want to let's just start from the beginning.
So he wants to know about his past history as opposed to his as opposed to his future history, as opposed to his some other type of history. Now I gotta be honest about something here. The reason I had to go off camera there for a second, I'm currently experiencing what's known as in the industry a medical emergency. Okay.
Are you okay, Jesse?
No. So I missed everything that was just said. Did they already bring up him being molested?
No, not yet.
No.
Okay. What did they talk about so far?
They love MERSH.
Okay.
Yeah, I just heard a bunch of butt huffing from MERSH.
All right. Okay. A bunch
He's
of
the
butt
best.
huffing
He's
from
a
Something
legend.
about Missouri or something.
Okay. I am experiencing a medical emergency. That is not a euphemism for I need to take a shit. Just to be clear. This is a medical, there's no urine, there's no feces involved here. But it's not a kidney stone, nothing like that. I am currently suffering from a medical emergency. So I just want to be honest with you about this. I need to go right now. Now, this isn't a show-stopping medical emergency, but I need like 6.5 minutes. Okay. That's not a poop amount of time, just to be clear. Nobody.
Never.
It takes me way longer than that to poop. Just to be clear, I had to go off camera to check, but I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding profusely. I need bandages all over myself. So
we'll keep things rolling around here.
Can we see?
Here's no. So, boy, I feel like I'm about to pass out. So I've cut myself deeply, and
Does it say Kai?
I'm getting a little lightheaded. I do feel carved currently. What do I?
Quit talking to us about it and go bandage yourself.
What do I?
Come on.
I need to put something on screen. I mean, we need to fill this kind of time with something. You know, there's got to be something happening.
Let's talk about the Twitter drama. While
I
you're
tell
gone.
you what.
We'll
Hang on a second. I know we want to talk about this, but instead, oh my god, do you guys mind coming on camera for a second? I'm seriously about to. I'm not kidding. I'm about to pass out. This is. I know.
Is it the hydrocell again?
No, it's not. It has no. It's not a ball. There's no genitalias involved. For the love of God.
No poo poo.
Okay, thank goodness.
Yeah, you guys come on cam for a second here, and then what I'm going to do is go off cam for a second.
Oh,
all right. Now, here's the thing. All right. Did that go off? Yeah, it went off. All right, let's get these guys on cam. And, all right. I know this seems like a troll. I know this seems like I might be up to no good. I might be up to a bit. We're going to go back into this interview as soon as possible. I'm going to vomit. Instead, can we fill the time with this? Does everybody here know about the JQ?
Yes, the Jesuit question.
No, actually, no. I'm glad you spoke up, but no, that's wrong. I'm talking about the James question.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Let's
okay, I can come back on camera for that.
I believe we discussed this.
Yeah,
last night.
guys. Could you just inform the audience of what's going on and just explain this? Well, I'll be right back.
James was. You want me to do it? I can do it.
Yeah, you got it, Ray. You explain.
Right. James was streaming on a Monkey app, which is an app for
false. That's a lie.
Okay, it was Ohm app. It was some app where you it's like Omegle, and he's telling Muslim girls to take off their hijabs, and if they're not wearing a hijab, he's telling them to put on the hijab. And then it comes to this girl who
I thought you were doing it though.
At most 14. And he was saying something like,
"Yeah, it was at most 13.
He was saying,
come on,
put on your hijab." And yeah, she said something like, "You want to see my tits?" And James was like, "Yeah."
No, and
Yeah, James said, "Do
First
it."
of all,
James,
I didn't have nearly that much.
You wanted to see
enthusiasm.
underage girls naked, James.
No. First of all, I didn't have near that much enthusiasm.
Yeah, you
We
did.
had no idea whether she was
had your
underage.
crazy
or not.
everything you say is monotone.
Dude, I woke up at least 3 times.
We know she was underage. We have eyes.
No. And secondly, I hung up on her immediately after that.
Before she
So I was obviously just
There
calling
were
her
a
bluff.
dozen of them, James.
No, there was not a dozen of
There
them.
was a dozen of them.
James.
No.
There are dozens
Of times that you've done that.
You had this bit telling girls
This
to
is
take
a
off
regular
clothing.
occurrence.
No,
This happens
that's
all.
not
The people
true.
at home, this happens all the time.
That
This is an
not true.
intervention.
Asking
James.
underage women to take their
He,
clothes
I
off.
don't
he
need the
woke up.
intervention.
He woke up his wife because he was yelling at little girls to take off an article of clothing, and she had to send
That's not true.
a Google message to him, and it came through in a Google voice, and it said, "James, please be quiet. You're waking up our smooth-brained daughter."
That's not true either.
James has a smooth buried nut.
You guys are embellishing this story
explain
to
what
a,
brain is.
crimes,
a very bad amount.
You know, James, every one of Chris Hansen's victims have said the exact same things.
Yeah,
No.
James, why don't you have a seat over here?
I'm already
Yeah.
seated.
Well, have another seat. How about that?
Well, that's not a good sign.
I want you to stand up and then sit back down.
Closer to the camera, James.
Yeah, we need to see that whole
Time to be
pedophilic
scooped.
face. It's disgusting. Look at it. Oh my gosh.
This was a pre-planned bit, just so everybody knows. Jesse is not having an emergency. This was an intervention. We set up ahead of time.
Yeah.
James, you got to lay off the little girls. You have a family to think of.
Lenny is telling the truth. I was too embarrassed to be a part of this. I am not having any type of medical emergency. How would I just suddenly start bleeding? That would be insane. I can't be on camera for this. This is too much. James, I'm not joking about this, man. I just need to hear everybody else talk about it first. James, I'm not kidding. I had a conversation with everyone in Discord without you earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
You were not present for this, and I literally had to ask, should we be banning James from the cult? Now listen, I mean, this is messed up shit. I told you this. I told you this when it happened. I cannot be a hypocrite when it comes to this. We're doing a whole MERSH episode, and we really are going back to the MERSH stuff here in a second. Everybody, don't worry. I can't be a fucking hypocrite because I did 2 whole episodes on how MERSH wouldn't kick a pedophile out of his Discord, and by proxy, that kind of makes him sus. You see what I'm saying? James?
Yes.
Okay, so you agree with me that you are sus.
No, you're embellishing it, and you're.
I don't know. We have a jury.
Dragging my good name through the mud here.
All right.
I think they were embellishing when they called the lady 14.
Here's
Yeah.
That's the thing. All right, let's go over the facts. And here's things I can legally say with no fear of repercussion about James Soren. James regularly talks to minors on the internet.
Oh no! If they show up,
James purposefully uses Omi and Monkey to speak to minors. And
no, that's not true.
That is true. We've watched you do it multiple times. And every time I go, James, I'm highly uncomfortable with this. Like, listen, trolling, if it's a kid, whatever, like, okay, who cares? That's not like, we don't need to be this overreactive, you know. We talked about this in the veto episode. Like, everybody is so, oh my God, everyone's a pedophile. That's not what's happening here. I need you to understand that's not what's happening.
That is kind of what's happening.
You have completely crossed a line into this is too embarrassing for me. I really don't want to even be on camera for this, but I feel bad about everybody else having to do this. You've crossed a line for me. For me. Okay? The guy who the Santa Cruz Joker says this is what I do all the time. So here's another truth fact that you can say about James Soren. Soren, as he's known to his wife. His wife, by the way, and he also has 3 daughters. James, This is 100% true. You spoke to a girl who appeared to be no older than 14. And again, we're being generous with 14. That's true.
I don't think so.
Is
I
that true or is that not true?
Not true.
All right, you're straight up fucking lying right now. That's just a lie.
No.
What do you mean no? How is
What
that
do you
not
mean?
true?
What do you mean?
Did you or did you not speak to a girl who was visibly a minor?
She might have been. I don't know.
Oh,
James, how do we all
She did
know?
not look 13 or 14.
How old did she look? How old then?
I have no idea.
15 at the
James,
oldest.
Can you just take a guess?
This
Yeah,
is getting
16, I'll say.
This is getting bad. This is getting real bad. The fact that you won't say it's getting real bad.
No, this is you're embarrassing me, man. You're making up stuff.
I'm not kidding. You embarrass me. I here's what happened.
Oh.
Here's what happened. When we were talking about this earlier, I literally said to everybody, what's the JQ? What's the James question? What should we do? Because I'm legitimately concerned about the look of things. I want people to join this Discord. I want people to be involved. I want people on the show. Did he leave? Or he just went off camera. I want people to be involved.
he left.
Oh my.
Oh God,
no. No.
I'm gonna give him a second. I'll give him a second. Hang on. I want to be clear. We are in Schrodinger's pedophile territory. Okay. I'm not saying he is a pedo. Again, I would never just say that. That's not what we do here. We're not like crazy Pizzagator kind of. I mean, I did discover Pizzagate, and Pizzagate is real, but Israel, of course. James, it's time to stop. This is an intervention. They're saying, listen, I'm not fucking around here. I swear to God, I'm not fucking around, and I'm sorry to hijack the MERSH episode for this. It has to be done. I asked everybody when James wasn't around, what do we do? And they said, everybody seemed to agree we need to stage an intervention. And we happen to be talking about tonight's episode, and someone said, we should bring this up in the episode. And originally, I was going to do it in the after show, but I'm like, he just keeps lying. Like, we watched this shit happen, and he's saying it didn't happen. You just saw him say it. I need him to be accountable, and at the very least say, this did happen. So again, to be
it's one thing to go, it's fucked up and it shouldn't have happened, but
to be
it's another
clear,
thing to deny it.
To be clear, what happened was, and again, not just James does this. We have other people who do this. We go on these apps. It's like Omegle, if you don't know. We go on these apps and we do a bit, and we just keep running the bit on everybody who shows up. Or we just talk to them and we're just making fun of them. And all of us are watching on Discord and the people don't know. Classic shit. Everybody does this on Twitch and Kick and everything. Blah, blah, blah. A few people do it. I actually do not do this. But James has been doing this a lot on monkey.app. And he's been doing the 9-volt battery smoke detector bit with everybody because it's a lot of black people on Monkey. I'm not making that up. That's
like
just,
90%.
That's just true.
They often ask what us white people are doing on that app. Like, we're not supposed to be there.
Tom Gully says before not true is very suspect, James. That's Tom Gully saying that. So
to be fair, James
Yeah,
does say before every 3 times in a sentence.
that's true.
basically.
James does say a lot. Now, to be clear, what happened was, so this was a normal, nobody expected anything out of the ordinary. Now, also to be fair, we constantly tell James when it's visibly a child, skip them. And I want James.
Skip.
Did James leave the server, by the way, or did he just leave the call? Can somebody figure that out for me? Because he's welcome to come back in here. He's welcome to stay a part of all of this if there's no problems. But we need to determine. This is the JQ. We need to determine. So I want to hear the audience's opinion. I want to hear everybody's opinion on this. We always tell him hit skip. Always. And he essentially never does. Now, it could be the case. You heard him just now. He's saying, I couldn't tell how old she was. It could be the case that maybe James just cannot actually tell. I mean, he is extremely autistic. You've seen his eyeballs. They're haunting. Maybe he can't. Maybe he doesn't know if someone is underage. Now, that I don't know how that would hold up in court. You know what I mean? But maybe that is a real deal thing with James. I got to tell you, we've known James for a long time. Again, he's got 3 daughters. I've never actually suspected anything of James, but this behavior is a pattern. And what happened yesterday was too far for me. He was telling girls to put on a burqa. That's a fine bit. But everyone showing up on this app was underage. And you could tell. There's no you couldn't tell. You could tell. And we kept telling him, I don't know, skip. And then it started becoming take off a burqa. And we're like, So this is another true thing you can say about James is he has told visibly minor girls to take off articles of clothing. That is just a legally true statement.
Several times.
Am I wrong? Have I even exaggerated about anything?
I'm gonna be. No. I'm gonna come out and say I wasn't here for it, so I can't attest to any of this.
Like
It was true.
in and out of sleep, and I was there.
Me personally, I'm here for this. Okay.
It was bad.
I wasn't there when this happened.
I was there.
I was here for every moment up to that moment in question.
Yeah, me too. Same. Yep.
Good.
Same. Me too. Definitely. Yeah. I heard about all this third hand. So here's the deal. I'm not fucking around on this. This is not a bit. All right. I'm so embarrassed by all of this.
He did leave the Discord, by the way.
Okay. Now this is not the first time James has left.
Big baby freak out.
Oh no.
This is not the first time James has left. I'm sure he's watching. James, you're welcome to come back. But this is behavior that is actually concerning to everybody in the Discord. And I have thrown this out to people. Okay, well, let me say this. I'm getting ahead of myself. To be clear, the moment in question, what happened was I literally took my headphones off. I didn't hear you guys talk about this. I don't know if this is already covered well enough. I just want to make sure that we have this right. I saw this happen. It's a girl. I would say 14 is, again, generous. I would say around 14 years of age. And James he just did the burqa bit with her. No different than anybody else that showed up. And some of these girls, some of them are, mud monkeys from a jungle sometimes. It's not like, I don't know if that's not a racist thing, by the way. I'm just saying, like, some of them are primitive where I don't even know how they had access to the internet. Like, I don't know if that's a P words type. I don't know if that's what the paranormal are after. Maybe they are. Maybe they're into grass skirts. I'm just saying, it's not like there was anything particular about this girl. He's doing the same bit to all these girls. But this girl pops up. This girl, for whatever reason, is a little bit more with it than everyone. And by the way, he did this to guys too. Let's not muddy the waters here. Guys, adults, like everybody, anyone that showed up, he blankly does the exact same bit with. His giant eyeballs just staring a hole into their soul. You can see it when James pops up on one of these things. People's reactions to him are like terrified. They're haunted by him. So, and he just says, take off that burqa. Take off that burqa. You're immodest. It's haram. Take off that burqa. So he just does that to the girl. The girl does like all the other girls where she's like, what? But then the second she understands what he's saying, I think, wasn't he also doing this in Australia specifically? Like he had it region coded to Australia. So I think this girl was Australian.
I think it was Malaysia.
The
He
new
had Malaysia.
Omegle.
He did a few. There was a few places.
Okay. So
Yeah.
the point is she spoke English, but James is so hard to understand. James is so hard to understand that these girls are all confused by what he's saying. Take off my burqa. And so it took her a second to get it. But I'll say this about the girl in question is she was like more with it than the rest of the girls. And she was kind of joking with James. Now, this could mean good or bad. This is a very important thing to note here because if it feels like someone's kind of getting the bit and going with it, you could make the excuse, oh, we were like clicking and it's a joke, right? But you could also argue that he sees this girl kind of enjoying it. And again, she doesn't know there's an audience watching. So it's just her and him. He might, in his head, be thinking, and again, I'm not saying this is true. This is an argument that could be made. He might be thinking like, wow, this girl likes me. I'm just saying, like, that is a real possibility. So she says, like, why would I put on a burqa, you know, blah, blah, blah. And she's like testing it. She's like doing a shit test back at him. And he's just running autistically through the bit. He's not even thinking about it. And she keeps like, she's like this is all in seconds, by the way, but she's outmaneuvering James. This girl is funnier and smarter than James, you know? And at a certain point, I don't remember what he said that led into it, but, you know, he's telling her to go get the burqa. At a certain point, she says it. She brought it up. Again, would that hold up in court? I don't think so. But she says, do you want me to show you my tits? Now, this is a girl trying to be funny. This is a girl knowing what the internet's about. This is a girl, presumably, the joke in the girl's head is that makes him a pedophile. She's trying to get him in trouble. Obviously, she's not going to do it. I think everybody who was there for that instantly recoiled. I think all of us were like, what? You could hear it. You could hear everybody in Discord kind of go, So, but this is all happening too fast. And before we could even finish, James goes, yes. Again, let me recreate this for you one more. In fact, could somebody say, let's do Stella. All right, Stella, can you turn on your mic for a second here? Stella,
yes.
Can you be the young lady for me? And again, you're a with it happening 14-year-old girl with no tits, and and you are seeing me, the autistic creep, on the other side, and you're making fun of me. Could you deliver the line for me? Do you want me to show you my tits? Okay, and I'm going to be James.
Do you want me to show you my tits?
Yes. Yes. Now, James's eyes are always like, I have droopy eyes. I can't get my eyes this wide. Like, I don't know how to. So his eyes are already like this. His eyes grew 3 times that day. 3 sizes. So Stella, one more time. Okay. So
do you want me to show you my tits?
Yes. Like, I don't know how to do it, but he lunged forward in his seat a little bit. This is true. This is not an exaggeration. His eyes widened, and we're all going, no. Now, I think, and this is why, James, you shouldn't have left. I think she left the call, but it might have been James. And James really should be here to defend himself, because if it was him, I legitimately don't know. I assumed it was her. So this isn't me trying to make him look worse. I legitimately don't know, but I assumed in the moment that she left because she was freaked out. And we're all like, no. And that's where we had to hang it up. That's what we had to tell him, to like, end it right there. Stop this. This is too much. And this is what we've always been warning about with him, where he won't skip the kids.
He never does. It's crazy.
That's number 5 of things I can say is he refuses to skip the kids. So these
also,
are all.
Scott has talked to kids, but not in like a Jamesian sort of way. But it just looks bad when new people are in there.
It just looks bad, and I hate it. It looks bad. And here's the thing, though. Scott's done this troll. Other people have done it too. Chewy's done. I mean, people I would trust 100%. Not Scott. And just to be, I mean, we joke all the time about Scott, but Scott has 2 daughters. There's no chance. Can somebody's making my audio playback, if you can mute. I would never believe it about a lot of people have done this bit in the Discord. Nobody does it the way James does. Like, even Scott, who has talked to people who may listen, a lot of the people using this app are lying about their age. Even adults, by the way. Sometimes the adults are lying saying they're younger. Sometimes, they're lying and saying they're everybody's lying on these apps. But he's just having a conversation. It's not creepy, there's nothing weird going on there. James, it's creepy every time. And some of that is just the way James is. And I think we can all admit that, right?
100%.
Some of it is, some of it's something else. Now, just to be clear, I hope James hears this. I hope someone will reach out to him with this. There's been another guy who was accused online of being a P. A guy where the circumstances and the proof of him being P-worded are very thin. Slightly convincing, but very thin. Not true evidence. And I've offered him the ability to prove on this program that he is not a P. And that man's name is Flamenco. I was about to hit the clap box for that, but I think we'll go with... Yeah. So I've devised a test. It's called the PP test. And in it, Flamenco could prove himself to not be P-worded by coming on a separate screen that you guys can't see. Myself and my Mexican doctor, Dr. Tirado, would be observing Flamenco's human natural illustration, his tube, and we would show him a series of images that would include just random, clothed obviously, but just random images of children in there. And if there was any movement on his tubulations, we would note that down and the doctor would score it and let us know if it seems likely that he is a P. I now invite James to, Flamenco refuses to do the test. In fact, this came up again recently on Twitter. Flamenco has no intention of ever doing the test because he knows he'll fail it. So Flamenco has gone from Schrodinger's pedophile to, Pythagoras's pedophile, in that we've triangulated him into being one. We've got enough points of interest where we can go, all right, he's in this box. So, James, you are currently Schrodinger's P. And ironically, James, what he does for a living, we've talked about this many times in the show, is he tests PP. So, James, I'm extending the offer to you. Would you like to come on the show? We'll do a primo episode. This will be behind the scenes. No one will see your penis except for Dr. Tirado, who you've spoken to in Discord before, friend of the show, Dr. Tirado, and of course myself, to make sure everything's on the up and up. Would you be willing to come on the show and do a PP test of the PP tester? I think this is 100% fair. I think it's the right thing to do, just to make sure. And everybody in Discord, this was an intervention. We thought of this ahead of time. Everyone agreed this would be the way to determine whether or not you should still be a part of our activities, and to determine what your proclivities are as well. So that's the offer on the table. James, you're welcome back. Would you be able to do the PP test with us? We want to make sure everything's on the up and up. Now, otherwise, you're welcome back to just defend yourself. Oh, listen, gather yourself. I know this is tough. People, guys, henchmen, message James, okay? Let him know. Let him know that this wasn't a got ya, or this is a legitimate thing. We're not fucking with him here.
If we wanted to fuck with them, or our minds were already made, he would just be gone.
Yeah,
right?
We would just kick them out. That's it. Like when it came to, all right, so if you guys don't know the story, the MERSH P inside the MERSH Discord, who he kept around and defended for months, this was a guy who was legitimately grooming other users' children on Discord. This is a guy who's a legit P. MERSH refused to kick him out. This guy, the reason we know he's a P, he tried to join our Discord. The second we found out he's a brony and he's up to no good. When he, like, the second we knew, he's gone. That's it. We made him destroy. First, we did make him destroy one of his ponies. Felt like he needed a little bit of vengeance for being AP, you know. But then he got kicked out, and then he was shunned. And then we did an episode about him to ruin him in the eyes of the world. So if James was really, really in trouble here, and again, I don't want anyone walking away from this call. This is not determined. This, in fact, I would say it's unlikely, just to be clear. I think it's unlikely, but we need him to understand how serious we are, that this can't keep happening. This is something that MERSH should have done on his show when it came to that other guy, Fisher. This is what MERSH should have done, and instead he defended Fisher. Instead, he kept him. Instead, he allowed children to be groomed. I'm not going to allow the same kind of thing going on in my Discord. And ladies and gentlemen, that's why the Pod Awful Cult is the greatest Discord on earth. And we will solve world comedy. Okay, well, awkward. Okay, yikes. Anybody heard from James or...
Oh, MERSH.
Yeah.
Oh, you did? You heard from James?
Yeah, he said, I said, no one thinks you're a pedo, it just looks bad for the show, just come defend yourself. And he said, I'm not a fan of having my name dragged through the mud. I'm pretty upset.
Well, listen, James, there's a reason I didn't use your full name while doing this. I'm not dragging your name. Again, tell him I'm saying this too, because he might be too scared to be watching. And I understand that. But tell him, like, I am not dragging your name through the mud. I'm being very careful here to say, I don't think it's even true. I don't think it's true, but it looks bad. And if I don't say this, then I look bad.
We told James like almost a year ago when he got on Monkey App, and he was telling that 14-year-old girl, "Ooh, girl, you look like Aunt Jemima." That's not a good thing, and you shouldn't do it. And now he just keeps, like, it's a different bit, but he's still effectively flirting with what looks like underage girls.
And just to be clear, like, this is the guy who came on stream not that long ago and said that a girl who was of age, she was 19, so she's 2 years of age, 19, who had joined our Discord, he kept claiming she was underage. Remember that?
And he sent her a friend request.
And he sent her a friend request. And this is why, like, it's just when these things build up like this, it starts looking bad for me. This all comes back on me. Look, I'll put it to you like this. All right. And I'm serious when I say this shit. This isn't a bit. We now own the r/MERSH Discord. I'm not Discord. Reddit. We own r/MERSH. For years, people thought I owned it. I had something to do with it. We didn't. Now we do. We stole it. Okay? And which is pretty cool. Pretty, honestly, red-pilled and based of us. But thanks to Angie for that. That was an Angie straight up. Now, I know there are people who won't like this in that Reddit. But listen, there's two things going on if I own the MERSH subreddit, right? Number one, that's instantly funny. That makes MERSH hate that subreddit 6 million times more than he already did. That's number one. Number two is anything bad that happens in that subreddit looks bad on me. So I don't just get glory in that action. And by the way, I don't really own it. Angie owns it. She owns it, in the name of Pod Awful. I'm one of the moderators on it, but Angie owns the subreddit now. But people aren't going to look at Angie's name. They're going to look at Pod Awful Cult and go, okay, anything bad happening here is Pod Awful. When we talk about MERSH, we're talking about a guy who called the police on the internet, a thing he's going to bring up in this interview, by the way. So when he goes tink, tink, tinkin', and something bad happens on the subreddit, he's going to do it about me. Tink, 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 tink. Tink, 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 tink. These are things I got to think about. So somebody yesterday posted a thing where they had reported his Twitter Well, we hate that. We want MERSH content. And if you're in the subreddit, you should also want MERSH content. Getting him kicked off of shit is the opposite of content. You idiots. Now, I know the arguments. I know all of the arguments on this because I've seen them before on the subreddit where people will say, well, but when he gets kicked off, he'll have a spaz out and then that's more content. That's not what happened. We've already been there. You already tried that one and failed. Okay? I'd be willing to hear that out if I hadn't seen it already. The last time he got kicked off of something, you know what happened? There was no content. To the point where the subreddit died. There was nothing. When he got kicked off of YouTube, that was a gigantic fucking blow to content. Huge. No one wants to watch Rumble. We all know that. We all agree with that. The guys on r/mersh make those jokes. Now, the same guys who are willing to get him kicked off of platforms, they're the same ones who would never clip something. They're never going to go find the stuff. They're not like @_mersh, who made the intro that I used in the beginning of this episode, by the way, who's clipping stuff all the time. There's guys out there clipping stuff all the time. They're not those guys. Hitting report's easy. It's fucking coward shit. Now, I don't care, and I'm not going to... Here's the way I'm looking at it. I didn't remove the post. I just said, we don't support this. And I think the rule should be, I haven't spoken to Angie about this, I think the rule should be, somebody post that one time, you get the warning. We don't even take the post down. You get the warning. You do it a second time where you're laying claim to reporting MERSH, we delete the post. We don't get rid of you. We delete the post. A third time, you got to go. And I know deleting someone off of a Reddit is mean. They'll just make a new account and come back and do it even more. Do it even more. But I'm trying to be nice about it. But I can't have my name tied to that. So in the same way, I can't have my name tied to this shit. Somebody new comes into our Discord and sees this type of behavior going on. Listen, we allow a lot of terrible things in our Discord. I got to draw the line somewhere. That's all I'm saying. You know, and I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be fair about it. This intervention thing was not my idea. In fact, I believe it was Lenny's idea. Right? Right, everybody? That was Lenny's. That was Lenny's call.
If I can claim solving world comedy, I also have to be able to claim the more rough ideas sometimes too.
Exactly. So, and again, just to be clear, like in the same way, I'm not calling out James really in this. Like I'm asking him to. This was supposed to be a question. The JQ. This was supposed to be we were supposed to be asking him something. He ran away. So in the same way, I'm not calling out the guy who made that post on Reddit right now. I don't even remember his name if I wanted to. But it's not me. This isn't me talking shit about anybody on either of these subjects, because maybe you just didn't know, or maybe you thought it was a good idea. Maybe you would understand why it's not a good idea. Maybe people will want to do it now just to get me in trouble. Fine. There's nothing I can do about it. That was the risk we took when we took over the subreddit. But we could also close the subreddit at any time, and then there's no more MERSH shit. And then MERSH, the only person in charge of making fun of MERSH is me, which a lot of those guys don't like. Like half the subreddit doesn't like me. So, you know, they're uncomfortable right now. You really want me to fucking close out the game on the whole deal? You want me to... we see what happens when other people try to open up subreddits about it too. When r/mersh went down for 2 months, there was just nothing. People opened up new subreddits. No one went to them. It's there's no chance. You're just not going to do it. It'll just be dead. So we could kill it. So I'm just saying, let's all play nice. Let's all play nice. Let's keep the MERSH content coming for everyone. I'm not out here trying to stop Patrick Melton from making fun of him or anything like that. And I'm not out here trying to stop James from doing funny shit in Discord. Sometimes these things he does are funny. This shit with the fucking telling a girl yes when she's saying she wanted to take out her tits is not funny. That's it. Everybody makes mistakes. Okay, well, is it now?
Is the purpose of an intervention to help somebody? to help them stop the problem?
Well, my purpose
you
here,
say?
my purpose here was to get to understand what was happening and to come to an understanding. That was my purpose. All right, is this way too awkward now to keep going with the MERSH thing, or because do we even remember what happened? All right, let's watch it, ladies and gentlemen. Mir Musk, the MERSH, and by the way, Mir Musk, Lil Mir, Dr. Chow, they might even be watching this episode right now, and they're probably sitting there like, "This was our big break. How come now it's about a guy being a pedophile?" what the fuck? Imagine that. Imagine you're one of these guys. You're like, "Oh fuck, Pot Awful's talking about me. Let me check this out." And then instead, it's an hour of some just Discord user. We're doing Discord discourse. All right, here we go. Lil Mir.
Into you as what your past history was, how you became.
We're talking past histories.
Podcaster, because I heard you were a comedian beforehand, right?
So MERSH is so jonesing. He's bones jonesing that in the middle of the interview, he's still doing his horse tranquilizers.
We're doing your dabbling in stand up.
He's dabbling right now. So he's doing a dabble. When people talk about the dabble verse, they're talking about this, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what that means, but I just assume it's MERSH doing his saw strucking. Saw strucking. Maybe I did have a medical emergency. I meant straw sucking. We're going to pretend like I said it the right way, and then I would like everyone to laugh.
Ha, 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 ha.
That's right.
Let's just start from the beginning and kind of move our way forward with that.
I should just like sandbag him. How'd you get into podcasting? I failed at comedy. Like most of us go like, all right, how do I pivot? Because
okay, so MERSH has finally figured out the truth.
Don't want to make money, but I don't want to have to go back to working in strip clubs. So what do I do? What do I do? And I was like, you know what? I hate leftists and trannies and shit. Why don't we do a show about that?
Okay, well, you didn't have to say it. We're supporting. He says he hates teas, but MERSH, we're supporting you as a hard nine. Come on. I'm gonna be working my fingers to the bone on making you a hard nine. Oh God, wait. No, don't do that, Jesse. Bad idea. Hang on.
I think I heard about you first from Stanhope. Like I used to listen to Stanhope's.
Not possible. That cannot be. So okay, this is the thing. A lot of you guys saw this already. Let's go ahead and take bets now. In fact, should I run? I want to run a poll, but every time I do, it fucks up the chat over here. You know what? Let's just do it. Let's do it. All right, let's run a poll, and I'll hear from you guys in Discord too. Do we think that Mir Musk are trolls?
Yes, and I feel stupid now watching this.
At this point, I did not.
Okay, so you guys, now
if they are, it's really, really bad.
Well, yeah, while watching it, no, I had no idea.
Now I'm going to ask you, I'm going to go ahead and put the poll in the chat here, but maybe you should wait in the chat if you haven't seen this yet to answer. I'm just going to put it up now, though. So there's the poll. We'll figure it out. Are these guys fucking with MERSH? I have my feelings on it, but we'll explore that as we go.
Podcast, and he started talking about you, and then
that's hilarious.
Isn't that weird? Yeah, like I don't know if you had been doing a show or something, but somehow you would come up, and then you started showing up everywhere.
He was probably talking about because he knew me when I was like really a fucking mess too. But yeah, I got to open for him at From Across the Street when we recorded that album, and that was pretty lit. Yeah, and then I guess we had him on Revenge of the Sis, but like it was a complete accident, and we only had him on because we were bugging Shane Gillis to come on. Yeah, and then the COVID shit happened, and Shane Gillis got like trapped at Stanhope's like fucking weird Davidian compound that he has in Bisbee. So like he was just getting fucking hammered with Stanhope every day, and he's like, oh yeah, I gotta do this interview with these two guys. So he's like, is it okay if Stanhope comes on too? And we're like, yeah, I think it'll be all right. I think it'll be okay. I mean, you know, kind of fucks up my plans, I guess. But yeah, so we ended up getting a bonus Stanhope, and they were just hammered. I think they were on acid too.
Oh, good men.
Yeah, Stanhope's a fucking nut, man.
So let's get into
okay. And again, the interview they're talking about there is the time MERSH stole my prank call, my Bam Margera prank. He told Shane Gillis and Doug Stanhope that he did my bit on his show.
Early childhood.
That's oh, this is good. Okay, so now we're going to talk early childhood.
Fucking nut, man.
So let's get into your early childhood.
That's how far you want to go back.
Wow. I feel like I touched a Starfield artifact. Going way back, huh? Getting the universe.
I just kind of want to understand you as a person first, because that's how you are.
Good luck.
That's how everyone's developed is in the early childhood. The trauma that we've all experienced in life. That's what molds us into the human being we are today.
And I have it all, dude. I got diddled as a kid. Really? A lot of yeah, there's a lot of drinking going on, a lot of fighting, a lot of like.
Okay, so he's starting off with the diddle. MERSH's life story begins. Listen, a lot of people, it begins at conception. MERSH diddling. He's doing some Western diddling. So, okay, this is how now the chat room for this, by the way, is insane. The chat room is nothing but Mersh hate. I think like halfway through this interview, a guy shows up and he's like limply defending Mersh. There are factions of Mersh haters, you know, people who are pod awful guys. The cult was out in full force. You got, I think there's some nobody likes onions in there. There's people who don't like pod awful but do like making fun of Mersh. That's a whole type of guy, by the way. There's the people there's probably 200 people right now watching this show that hate me, hate pod awful, but love Mersh coverage and specifically my coverage of it. So you had everybody in this chat. This whole chat is filling up. When Mersh says the diddled line, a movement was started. And this movement needs to take off all over the globe. r/Mersh needs to do this movement. We need this in the Rumble comments. We need this everywhere Mersh is. If you're not blocked by him on Twitter, everyone needs to be talking about this. Mersh and diddling. It's fake. Mersh is doing molested, stolen valor. It's just 100% true. Mersh is
trauma.
He's lying about being molested to seem cool. I know that sounds crazy, but think of who all of Mersh's heroes are. Doug Stanhope, Jim Norton, you know, all these degenerate comedians. Every single one of them's got a I was molested story. So I believe that Mersh is stealing molested valor, and I think it's his attempt to say, like, I'm not a virgin. I've had sex with someone who wasn't a prostitute. I think that is what he's saying here. Is like he wants, because otherwise you would wonder. I'm not a guy who ever accuses people I don't like of being a virgin. I think having sex is so easy. You can just knock a woman over. It's so easy. So to call someone a virgin that's virginal thinking, you know? But Mersh knows that like everyone online would assume that he's never squirched with a lady. I mean, we know the Show Me Kitty story. So what does he do? He formulated a cross-eyed plan. He sat there and he went, well, what if I was Ray? And he said, okay, but look at me. There's no way. There's no possible way anyone could assume. I'm a soft 3 at best. So there's no way I was. Oh, wait, what if I was a cute little kid? These are his thoughts, not James's. These are not James's thoughts. They're Mersh's thoughts. And so if it was against his will and as a child and by a family member and up his butt, then maybe, just maybe the internet would believe he's had sex. But it takes all of those ingredients, though, to bake that cake, just to be clear. And by the way, we still don't believe it. Stolen, molested valor! So Mersh stole molested valor. So that's what's happening here. He's pretending he was diddled to sound cool.
Good fight too. Like none of this pussy ass, like you know,
I'll kill you.
Yeah, like you know, whenever they have like you'll see a YouTuber and they're talking about domestic violence and they get that like really corny B-roll of like a guy going oh with his fist up and it like looks all fake. Yeah, I'm talking chair swinging shit. I'm talking like ECW shit. You would.
And we're into wrestling. There it is. How 4 minutes 55 seconds. Mersh managed to sneak in some wrestling. They're going to ask him straight up about wrestling. Now I feel like you'd have to be a troll to ask Mersh about wrestling because you know he's going to bring it up anyway, and they did it. Does that make them troll? I don't think they are trolls, actually. My belief is they are not trolls. If you want to know the truth, people have already been voting in the poll where it's 71% yes, and no one's even seen this yet, which is pretty good. Mersh manages to slip in some wrestling. They're going to fully talk wrestling in a bit, and we are going to completely skip that because, of course, we are. Fuck that shit. No one wants to see it. All right, Mersh was diddled. That's how he starts off his big interview. This is the biggest interview he's ever been a part of, by the way. Interview with a gay vampire. All right. Oh, by the way, we have I guess I got to read super chats for some reason. K-Vibe says, Pod Awful show is greater than Dead Tooth comedy. Kraut Cat says, don't forget to follow Mersh for fitness and hot slot tips. Yuck. The phrase hot slot tips involved with Mersh is so disgusting. Krautcat again says, I also love how Mersh said that the Bad Luck Boys was supposed to be a wholesome content channel, and then immediately starts spurging out on Twitter on that account. Oh yeah, his Twitter. Yeah, he's always talking about the Jews and stuff on there, which is very funny. That's again, but why would you want to stop that? This is why I'm saying don't report that. How funny is it that there's a cat Twitter that is having a meltdown about Vivek Ramaswamy? I don't even know who that is. Dreadnought says, James, this is an intervention. It's time to stop. The Tom Gully show. Oh, we read the Tom Gully show one earlier. Lucas says, towards the PP test for James. $10 toward the PP test for James. And Only Following Men says, thank you for cleaning up the server. 07. I don't agree with that. I would like James to come back. I just want him to not be P-word coded. Okay. All right, let's go. Let's go with this part. We just brought this up, actually. Nobody believes that he's ever had sex because we know about the Show Me Kitties thing. Well, guess what they asked him about?
Straight up guy, man. Like, I look up to you, I'm like, don't do any of those things. Like, don't do that at all.
Right.
That's what me and Royce always preach on our show. Is like, don't fucking fall for any of these internet heroes. Don't make anyone your internet dad.
The internet dad. That's his thing. By the way, Night Daddy, his thing is to not be an internet dad. His thing is to be against e-dads and the simps who follow them. But make sure you go out to the chat room of Mere Musk and defend the Queen's honor.
And if you try to make us your internet dad, like, we've chased out so many people.
Not Fisher. I seem to remember one guy you refused to chase out.
Who got a little, they get a little too familiar. You know, some people can put up with that. I can't put up with that when they start being like, yeah, bro, like, we're bros, dude. We're pals.
Oh, God, yeah.
That doesn't actually happen to you at all. Nobody thinks of you as their bro.
If they get a little too groupie with you and they think you're actual friends.
Yeah, and you really have to nip that in the bud early.
What's the correct?
Is that what's happening? Because you're on these guys. This guy is telling you he's like your biggest fan. And you're like, oh, yeah, let me come do your show. Now, again, I know you needed the $50. Zen Rhino doesn't have that kind of money, but he's got 15.
Craziest motherfucker you've had to deal with that with. You're like, dude, you gotta fucking chill, bro. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh, jeez. Oh, let me go through my Rolodex here.
There's so many.
There's so many that it should be easy to instantly pluck one out of my memory.
Really, there's a whole subreddit of them.
There's an entire subreddit. Now, okay, listen. Actually, in fairness, a lot of the people in the subreddit are former MERSH fans. You got to be clear about that.
We used to have this art guy that used to do art for us.
Everybody know who we're talking about here? Everybody?
Bally
Song. That's right. Okay, so Mr. Bally Song, a guy we love. Great artist, by the way. Mr. Bally Song's an incredible artist.
His Thanksgiving one with MERSH was great.
What? Can you put that in Piranha Chat? Can you find that? Put that in I don't remember it, but I'd like to show it. So yeah, Bally Song. We all know the tale. We had him on. Mr. Bally Song, Pot Awfuls, Sven Stuffles.
Draw you naked or some shit?
No, yeah, he would draw the cartoons. He'd make like t-shirt graphics, thumbnails, shit like that, you know.
Oh, that's cool.
And he lived in Poland, and so we were always cool with him. And one day he just fucking melted down on me on Facebook.
Really? Because we remember that differently. I believe what actually happened was he called you gay because on Facebook in public you were acting. How can I put this? Gay. So I'm pretty sure he didn't really have I think what happened was you asked for style tips. You needed to get a stylist. You were looking for someone to style you. And he said, MERSH, by the way, there were 4 comments. One of them was your sister. 2 of them were Mr. Bally Song. And in both of those, he was saying, you're acting gay. And the other comment was MERSH saying, no, I'm not, 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 in the longest paragraph of all time.
Like, had a fucking full-on meltdown to where, like, all our mutual friends were going, are you okay? Like, you didn't do anything. Why are you so angry at him?
Excuse me, I was nice to you, etc.
He was just melting down on me. I tried to reach out in private. I'm like, you all right, dude? He's like, fuck yeah. It was just this weird thing. And, come to find out.
Yeah, it is weird. It's always weird with these guys. Things you don't like aren't weird. Okay? Please get this. We need a new vocabulary for all the goons. Can we gift MERSH a thesaurus, a dictionary for Christmas, something? I don't know, maybe just a book to read. It's not weird because you don't like it. It's not weird at all. It's not weird to tell a guy, on Facebook publicly saying he needs a stylist and a makeover, that he's acting gay. There's nothing weird about a man who threads his eyebrows. Not weird.
He was e-dating a chick that we
I
were
got it
like,
in
that
the
was
piranha tank, by the
Oh,
way.
great. Yeah, I'll bring that up.
a fan of ours. And when I was in Vegas, like me and her, like almost hooked up. Like we were fooling around, and
Yeah. Yeah, because, you know, hooking up's like horseshoes or hand grenades. Yeah, they were close. Close enough. Listen, it was no diddling, but, you know, it was something. All right, let's go to, this is Mr. Ballysong's Thanksgiving MERSH art. Look at that, smoking a bone. So a little pot awful shout out there. This is from a real image of MERSH. There's an actual image of MERSH doing like, what was he doing in it? Like hula hooping?
He had a hula hoop?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was hula hooping. He was with his dead friend Megan. Sure wasn't dead at the time. And who was a hooper, and his belly's hanging out in the image. That's real. He's like, Ballysong didn't add this detail. That's an actual thing. And so it's MERSH as a turkey. And it says here, have a fun Thanksgiving, ya pussy slayer, best bud Bally. So this is the guy who MERSH claims had a meltdown. He's just having a little fun with it, drawing some pictures.
And I
Is that that Show Me Kitties chick?
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah, she's bad, bro. She's pretty hot.
So, okay, kind of a troll move to like, he's saying, yeah, there was this girl and whatever happened. Oh, you mean Show Me Kitties? You mean the girl who you don't want us to name because the next thing out of her mouth could be that you tried to show revenge porn of her? That one? Or somebody, was it someone else?
melted down, and he
Was it Fisher? Did you meet up with Fisher in Vegas?
It's been still coming after me ever since.
Did he ever hit it?
No, they were never even in the same country.
Which, by the way, you were, and you didn't hit it. You were in the same room. You were in the same city, in the same weekend, in the same room with her tits out, and somehow you didn't hook up. So you're laughing at the guy who didn't hook up because he literally geographically couldn't reach with his penis. Now, again, I mean, to be fair, same room, MERSH probably can't geographically reach with his penis either. But what is your excuse at that point?
He bought her like Steam games and like
no.
Dead by Daylight DLC. You know, he's one of they gamed together.
That's
And
cute.
That's sad. That's just sad. This is fan fiction. Because Show Me Kitties bought him Steam games. Ballysong was given free games by his e-girlfriend, okay? Listen, I mean, kind of a consolation prize to pussy, I suppose, but you ask me, that's pimp shit, okay? We talking pimp shit. Oh, he pimping right now.
You make these girls work for him.
Oh, yeah, that's right, girl. Go ahead, give me a game. Oh, they got Battlefront? You might give me the DLC? Okay. So
Bitch, I know you didn't buy me Battlefront 1 when I sent you out to get 2.
How many video games did she buy? You, MERSH.
You, which is true love. No, you got the game with her.
See, now this is the thing though. You see him. I don't think that's a fake laugh. This dude, all throughout this interview, is legitimately like he's having a great time. He's really laughing.
She lost her bra on the couch in my Airbnb.
He's effusively praising MERSH throughout the whole thing. Like he has real compliments for him. He seems to actually like MERSH.
Vegas, but,
Of course, if he really liked him, he'd probably pay him more than $50 bucks. But
it's just, we're not the same guy.
Same guy.
You ever keep in touch?
Oh my
True.
god. It's
That-
so gross him trying to act cool about that. She lost
I
my
know.
bra on the couch. Still didn't get laid though.
trying to one up the fucking Polish guy. Like he lived in another country. Oh wow, you did better than him. Shocking. I get like you actually did worse. Like even if it's long distance, technically speaking, only one of you dated her. Technically speaking, like I guess she did buy MERSH French fries. That's pretty good for MERSH.
Oh, fuck.
Listen, video games or French fries? Which one do you think MERSH is going after first? I think, you know what? MERSH might be right about
Just
this.
with that chick?
Again, sometimes we're team MERSH.
Oh God, no. Not after she got out. I'll try to get a lawyer involved.
Oh shit, I didn't know that. I haven't seen her. I thought she was pretty.
Yeah, why was that again, MERSH? How come she tried to do that? Was it because you were making a gambling game out of showing her tits and pussy on stream?
Pretty hot, you know.
No, yeah, because they all started going around and falsifying the story. So I had to clarify. When I clarified, this lawyer contacted me.
And please go watch that. If you've never seen the MERSH Show Me Kitties episode, I think it's MERSH Has a Brand New Style is the name of it. It's one for the ages. I think that's top 10. Might be top 10.
And then my lawyer was like, I'll deal with it. I'll write him an email. This probably is no big deal. And I was like, he's like, but don't contact him. And I was like, no, fuck this guy. I'll handle this. And he's like, I really wouldn't do that if I were you. I'm like, no, fuck this guy. He's fucking retarded. And yeah, so there was that. We've had there was one guy that replied to you tonight. He used to be he used to be one of those the big
which one?
So MERSH has one eye on the stream and one eye on the chat room. Like always, we didn't think MERSH was actually reading the chat, but he is.
It was on Twitter. I don't know when you posted the link and he was like,
I'm sorry. Even worse. Even worse, he was checking the tweet reactions.
MERSH is going to talk about his cat.
I'll look it up real quick.
That's another guy that when we went
so
to
he wants to look at. Oh yeah, let's find out who he is. Yeah, let's talk about him on there.
Like Ethan Ralph's bowling thing in Dallas.
Oh, LL Elysium Luis.
Yeah. He
yeah.
Like he showed up to this event and he like followed us around the whole night and he like brought us a bottle of bourbon as a gift.
Okay, we've got guys here who showed up to the event that MERSH is talking about and followed MERSH around all night. Do you have any idea what he's talking about? Did you see this guy? Like Lenny.
We also brought him gifts.
Lenny, you were there. You brought MERSH the gift of coleslaw. Like, was there a guy bringing him, following him around, bringing him bourbon and stuff?
Royce, yeah.
Oh, okay.
All this shit and like anybody uses the
so he's just
talking
cutting it to you boys.
And then but then all of a sudden he like hates us and he's just yelling all the time. I'm like,
you didn't give him the satisfaction he needed.
Well, I've seen him also like he's tried this in other places. Like he tried to be like a who are these podcast guy and then he got fucking like you'll see these people that move around and they'll be like, yeah, you know what, I really love Kevin Brennan now. That's my guy, Mr. Kevin Brennan. And then like if Kevin doesn't give him enough love, they'll be like, fuck you, you fucking Neil Brennan's better, you fucking old red.
Yeah, but that's not what's happening with you. People just discover after time that you stink. Listen, I get it. Like, you could tune into MERSH the first couple of times and think like, oh, this cat shit's weird. I'm not a fan of this wrestling garbage, but it's a guy with a show. Maybe he's got a couple funny things to say. And then, after a month of watching you beg for money, they probably get fed up and start looking for alternatives. I think that is more likely the story, but I could be wrong. Who knows? Let's go to, I don't know, anything to skip whatever's happening right now. Let's go to 22:45, and there's a little special thing that happens here, okay? Now, they're a StreamYard stream, all right? We love StreamYard streams. Some of the most fun you can have on the internet is messing with a StreamYard stream. And a feature of StreamYard is you can bring up a single comment from chat up on the screen. The whole night, the chat is flooded with MERSH's stolen, molested valor. He's lying about this story. The ballet song thing is fake. All this shit. Talking all this shit. And we assume that they're not even reading the chat room at this point. In fact, it becomes so suspicious. They've never put up one chat on the screen. It becomes so suspicious that some people start accusing these guys of faking being live, that this might actually be pre-recorded because MERSH warned them that this would happen, and he wanted to avoid this at all costs.
Explode or...
You want to reassure everyone this is live.
Okay, well, it turns out it is live, I guess. Fake live, pre-recorded from Pot Awful Lunatic Fringe on screen there. Let's watch that one more time. Get that big on the screen there for you so you can really see MERSH's reaction.
Oh no. I'm not very superstitious at all. I mean, I got like lucky numbers and shit if I'm gonna play a fucking Powerball, but I'm not. Like, I'm not.
Oh, he's talking about playing the lottery, a thing that rich people do, by the way. One of the most famous things about rich guys, they play the Powerball. They have their lucky numbers.
I'm not gonna like walk around my car 3 times so it doesn't explode or.
You want to reassure everyone this is live. This is live.
Fake live. No, this is live.
Yeah, well, we'll get to the chat in time, but we're trying to run an interview here.
Look at MERSH's fucking face. He's like, okay. So of all of the comments to put up on screen for the first time in 22 minutes of this interview, the one you put up is Pot Awful. I gotta be honest, that's starting to seem suspicious. That's starting to seem like these guys may in fact be trolls.
God entered my body like a body my same size. I know all of God's secrets. Would you now like to know what God thinks?
One apple is our God now.
And I do see non-stop visions from God. Do you want to get an answer on what God thinks from somebody that doesn't have God, or do you want an answer from somebody that does have God? Click on the link.
Okay. I just realized I made a mistake in the welcome whoever just joined. I just realized I made a mistake in the what is it called? The poll. I meant to say are Mere Musk trolls, and instead I put are Mere Musk ? Are they? Yeah. And so people have been voting on whether or not they are, with 66% saying yes. So, okay, that's good. 34% say no, they're not. Mere Musk, you may want to work on that. You know, a fucking goddamn. A third of your audience believes that you aren't. So you may want to look into that, see some. Okay. Anyway, let's bring out the big board, shall we? Big board. Woo! Everybody's favorite part of the show, the big board. You guys like the big board? Right? What do you guys think?
Big board.
Pretty good big board, or okay?
Looks great.
Thank you so much, Captain.
No bezels either.
Not a
it's
single
all right.
one. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, you know, listen, we could improve it for sure. All right.
Just a couple of tweets.
Let's go to 3119. Little treat here for you.
Oh my god, that's fucked up. But I really want to dive into like how you kind of transition from a. I don't want to say.
Whoa! How you do what now? Okay, we're talking some hard 9 kind of shit.
Failed stand up because you did have some success there. You worked.
I got this on like I got this at like 1.75. Is this too fast? Should I slow it down a little bit? Because I was worried that it would be a little too boring, slowed or at normal speed. We might be missing some of the stuff you say.
You don't get a lot of the, and I think it's going to be more important the further we get into it. Mer is a little bit slurry at the end.
Yeah. Okay. You're right. Let's we'll slow that down a little.
But I really want to dive into like how you kind of transition from a. I don't want to say a failed stand up because you did have some success there.
So, okay, now that could go either, that could be bad interviewer or that could be troll. I mean, I don't know. Like at this point, we're all watching this, right? And we are, I think we all think he's trolling at this point, right? Like when we were watching it live, we thought there's no way. Like this guy can't just be that dumb. I'm not saying he is dumb. I don't know anything about him. Might be a nice guy. But there's just no way you say to a guy's face that you're a fail. I mean, look at MERSH's fucking face here. Like, you can see the look on his face where he's like, what is happening? All right, I'll tell you this much. At this point, MERSH is starting to think he's being trolled. 20-some minutes in, 30 minutes in, he's like, hang on a second. Should I leave?
I really want to dive into like how you kind of transition from a. I don't want to say a failed stand up because you did have some success there. You were killing it, but
some success, and MERSH is just petting his cat. Yeah, it was something.
You know, you got to make money though. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much of a fucking
look at yeah. See MERSH's face here. Watch
success
this.
There. You were killing it, but you know, you got to make money though. At the end of the day,
when you got to make money and the eyebrows, the manicured eyebrows go up. That's him being like, okay, you're gonna get to a point here, or
doesn't matter how much of a fucking.
Oh my god! Look at him. He's moving his gobbler out of the. Watch this.
Have some success there.
Watch it. Can you guys see that? Okay, watch him push the gobbler.
You were killing it, but you know, you got to make money though. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
Look at that. Look at the amount of movement happening. That holy shit! Can you guys see this?
Wow, that is a lot.
What the fuck?
Look at that!
For Thanksgiving.
I mean, listen, could I do that? Probably, but I'm not. I'm not doing it right now at this moment. So MERSH looks stupid, right? Isn't that how that works? Even though I'm just as fat, if not fatter, you don't see me doing this, do you? Okay.
Fail stand up because you did have some success there. You were killing it, but you
Okay.
got to make money though. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much.
Whoa, shnikes.
The fucking
Yeah, at the end of the day, you have to make money. At the beginning of the day, not so much, I guess.
joy it is or how much you're doing, you have to make money. So you kind of go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was agreeing.
Okay, perfect. So
see that attitude, MERSH. He's like, okay, I see what I've stepped into here. When does Pot Awful show up? when does the curtain get pulled? When does the Union Jack get pulled back and Jesse's in the background masturbating?
You kind of transition yourself from
Like in the chat, we're all saying
stand-up
Killjoy at the same time.
Yeah, Killjoy, Killjoy, Killjoy.
to podcaster. How was that transition for you, and what kind of brought that imagery upon?
Well, I'd say there was a lot less hand and mouth stuff needed for that transition than I thought.
And how'd you make it into an actual reality for yourself?
Wow. How did you make the reality of having a podcast? It seems impossible, but somehow you managed.
To be honest, it wasn't really a transition because I always was more comfortable doing that. I hated stand up. I still hate stand up. Like, I really won't even take a gig.
Yeah. A lot of these guys are born that way.
Somebody even just wants me. I'll do a hosting thing if somebody asks, but like I would never. Like get on stage and the amount of money you make, and you got to burn gas, and you got to like put on like actual jeans and like a clean shirt. You got to drive all the way to the thing. That's not for me. That's a whole lot.
And you got to put on
and it's
gloves.
like it's just all
Earlier,
you got to put on your fedora and your scarf.
awkward up there. Like I like being conversationally funny. I'd rather just like watch a video and react to it.
When are you going to
or
start?
Sit there with another person and just riff with each other and talk. It's easier, and I tend to be conversationally more funny. I never wrote comedy. It's not like I would sit there like I
You never wrote your own jokes or shit?
No, I mean
no, he used other people's jokes. Okay, let's go to what's the fucking time code? I didn't think of this setup here. Okay, 3750. 3750, we got something interesting happening.
And be sure of yourself and always pivot when some things are changing. Because if you want to be successful in life, you never just go with one thing.
Successful.
Always have plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D.
That's a little bit like probably.
And that's what I love about you. And you're very honest.
Whoa.
What?
Whoa. Okay, and I know the people out there, so many people voted Mir Musk. Yes. If you think he's a troll, I'm assuming you're colored thinking that this is trolling here. I took this live as real. A troll could never be brilliant enough to tell MERSH that they think he's honest. It's just, that's like an Oscar-worthy troll performance.
I
appreciate
that.
I'm being serious.
And MERSH is like, yeah, I appreciate that. Well, yeah, of course it's the craziest thing ever said.
So I like listening to you talk.
He's
You're like
panicking, they say in the chat room.
You're a very honest man, and I enjoy that because I mean you have a lot of
Now, beloved chatter says, I feel like sometimes they interview people they don't actually know that well. These guys, you might be right. Actually, I was gonna say these guys know. I mean, the way he talks about MERSH throughout this interview, it's like he's been dreaming of this moment for years, right? And again, it seems legit when he says that. But now that I think about some of the clips we're going to see here in a second, you might be right. They might have never actually seen a single MERSH anything before. The only MERSH they might be aware of is actually from Pod Awful.
decency and a lot of snakes around.
He has some shitty weed to sell.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm sure you have a lot of snakes in your life.
I have a
and/or online,
hypothesis.
Okay, go ahead.
What I see it as is MERSH is like unintentionally branded himself as a lovable idiot. And then some people who tune to his show are legit fans of MERSH because he is a lovable idiot. They might think it's intentional for MERSH, but it's not intentional.
Well, I got to say, I disagree. I don't think he's lovable.
Well, besides that part, I mean,
okay.
other people might see it as
okay, you're saying he's branded himself as an idiot. Okay. Oh, then I
He's
agree
an
with.
insufferable idiot.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. You're probably right then. If that's what you mean. Yeah. That actually adds up in a lot of ways somehow.
No. Oh, yeah. Look, your chat is lit tonight. By the way,
The chat is lit. Really? What does that mean? It must be like Applebee's. That's what he means. There's a lot of sexy Latinas dancing on the floor at Applebee's. The chat's lit.
I'm sure you have a lot of snakes in your life and or online. You know.
Oh, yeah. Look, your
no
chat is lit tonight. By the way,
they're fucking.
I'm trying to watch it, but it's hard to keep up.
It's hard. They're calling me gay for fucking saying some honest shit here. I mean, you all want me to shit on this man here, but he's not a horrible person like you fuckers want. It's not black and white. It's
no. By the way, I don't think MERSH is a horrible person, despite. Again, having a contest to reveal revenge porn, despite calling the cops on everyone who's ever laughed at him on the internet, despite being only 13% of the population. I don't think that MERSH is bad. I just think he's funny.
Salt and pepper.
He's to make fun of. Sorry. To make fun of. Sorry.
He's a good guy to some extent, and I'm gonna be honest here. Like we did with Michael Ray Bauer, I've done with multiple people. It's not just I would say, what's the word I'm looking for?
Gay.
It's just not what you see.
Vampire.
I mean, what you guys watch on media is not what is in reality, and you don't know this person. So I mean,
some of these people know me. They should know me by now. There's some people in your chat that have been obsessing over me.
I'd say the people who talk shit about MERSH know him better than he knows himself. Actually, that's a lot of why they make fun of him.
Not even kidding you. Going on 5 years now.
See, that's insane to me, man.
No. And fun fact, like a handful of them really all started off as like fans. Like they loved us.
So here's that cope again. And we're going to talk about Bally Song, Mercy 2 times.
Most people loved me at one point.
They're
like
insane.
some of those people fucking loved me at one point, and
And I was nice to you.
They're cyberbullying me to death.
They felt the rejection of their internet dad's love.
Dav love. Okay, this is crazy. You guys can't see it. Bex. Do you guys know the internet? Yeah. Ugh. Do you guys know the internet's Bex? Boy. Yoinks. Woof. Oh, woof. Bex. Bex is the person MERSH was describing before, where they jump from E-Daddy to E-Daddy. They're a homeless drifter. You know what they are? Ladies and gentlemen, we're inventing a new term. Honestly, I feel like this deserves me being front and center here because this is new. This has never been done before. We're inventing terms. This is something everybody's going to be saying this, like grinting now everybody says. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, people that jump around from E-Daddy to E-Daddy and then they get shit on by one community, so they end up to another community, then they get shit on. They're homeless, searching for the next E-Daddy. It's like quantum leaping. These people are called grifter drifters.
Nice. I like it.
Right? Tell me I'm
Orson
wrong.
better give you credit.
Yeah, Porcelain, I am going to need credit on that because you brought up grinting in the doc and then it wasn't credited to me, Jesse, your best friend. So on I shouldn't say that. If you were to ever cover MERSH again, fuck. Anyway, if somehow there was ever another interview that you did with me about MERSH or something, I will need credit. I will need retro credit for grinting because you didn't credit me for that one. And I know that we will be using Grifter Drifter. So, and it's, by the way, it's blowing up in the chat room right now. People are loving it. Everybody's, wow, happy to be here. Thank you so much, everybody. Wow, that really makes me feel, Grifter Drifter, they love it. Guys, they're loving it, okay? How are you guys feeling about it? I don't hear anything from them. You guys
I
are liking it?
I love it.
Yeah, these guys are great.
I'm gonna get that tattooed.
Okay.
I'm still back in the previous JQ section of the show.
Fidel Castro, does that guy count?
Wait,
I see that guy.
Wait, Lenny, are you watching in the past? What's happening?
I'm just stuck there, man. This is
Okay.
rough. There's been some developments.
Oh.
Whoa, boy.
Oh, really, dude? Okay. Well, what are they?
I all of a sudden noticed I'm not in James's server anymore, and that's news to me. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the same for a lot of you.
Has he left running with Red
Yep.
Bulls?
Also, he has left a pizzazz hole.
This is the biggest baby freak out I've ever seen.
Now listen. I'm going to say this. I think it's understandable. We
Totally
mobbed him.
understandable.
We shocked him. We surprised him. This is. I don't feel bad. I don't even think it is a big baby freak out. I think it's 100% understandable. We got the drop on him. He wasn't ready for it. And listen, I mean, that's a big accusation. But again, I wasn't making the accusation. That's the thing he's not picking
It's an
up.
implication.
I feel like it is an implication that exists whether or not it's true. And that's what we want to address and clear up.
Yes.
But I don't think he gets that. Now, should I check to see if he's left the pizza fund? I mean, come on, folks.
There's somebody who wants to come on and advocate in James's behalf.
Well, who is that?
Little man known as TJ.
Oh God!
Oh,
Come
no!
on.
Hell yes!
All
You know him. You love him.
All right, bring him in.
All right, TJ, you heard.
Explain for the folks at home who TJ is.
Yeah, I mean, this is guys. TJ is a former fan of Pod Awful. He was on an episode, actually a MERSH Effect episode, the Mill Hip one, the Mill Hip MERSH Effect. I couldn't remember his name for a second. Mill Hip MERSH Effect. By the way, Mill Hip going through a terrible time right now. He lost his job. He has no money. And this was caught. I tweeted this out. Go check my Twitter. Was it at Pod Awful or at the N-word? Right. Well, follow them both. At Pod Awful, at the N-word. Go find my tweet. There's a screenshot. He was on his stream and he was Googling something and it auto-completed his last searches. And he had searched for, can you be pardoned for a DWI in Canada? So he got arrested for a DWI. He's trying to figure that one out. He probably can't, with the DWI, he probably can't get a job. So he is struggling really, really bad right now. But anyway, TJ, he was famously in the episode with Millhip, and he told us a very, very funny story about being stabbed by a black man. Some sort of gay sex scenario or something. Anyway, we kept saying it was a gay sex scenario, which he didn't like. So he had a big baby freak out and left the cult. So TJ would like to come and advocate for James and wants to defend another big baby freak out or so. Again, I don't think it is a big baby freak out, but is he in here? Is he coming?
Yeah, he's here.
He's here. He's here.
James
I hope
has
his camera
blocked me
isn't
on
upside down.
Twitter.
All right, what's up, TJ?
What's up, Jesse? You know it hasn't changed.
This is a bad idea.
Yeah, this is a terrible. Hang on a second. Which one? Oh, there
it's
you
a
are.
great idea.
I got to turn you up. Hang on a second. All right, sorry. I still have you down to like 16% from years ago.
That's a safety protocol. You were right to do so.
Thank you very much. Now, TJ, you've done a lot of exploring in the past few years that you've been gone from the show. You've been finding yourself as a man and learning new things about your own life and about the universe at large. You're a learned man, and you have ideas on the James situation, the JQ. Go ahead.
Well, we all are learned men in our own ways,
In our own ways,
and
sure.
and that's what I'm here to say. That James is a learned man in his own way. So you gotta think about these events through the James lens.
Okay,
Well,
I could never possibly do that. Hey,
I gotta say, I don't know the details.
Wait, TJ, let me turn you back down about 50%. Okay, go ahead.
I gotta say, I don't know the details of what happened, but through the James lens, I'm sure if you put the James goggles on, you would be able to see things more clearly.
So you were watching this episode. You saw the whole deal go down.
I mean, I saw what you put on YouTube, if that's what you mean.
Well, we're
Yeah.
on YouTube. You understand we are on YouTube right now, live. Yes.
We are in YouTube or on YouTube.
All over it, baby. We're up. We're up in it. We're up in its guts. We're as deep into it as that knife went into your back. So, yeah. Okay. So with the James. So hang on. Your James thing. Your whole take on James is we just got to understand it from James's point of view.
Well, yeah, it's like you painted the picture that like this was a watch party type scenario, right? Where it's like, and if it's a watch party, then somebody's got to be, holding those reins, running the horses. And if James is running the horses, then it's going to go how James running the horses is going to go.
Mm.
No,
I don't understand anything. I feel like you could boil down what you're saying to something along the lines of, I wonder what James would think about this, which is what we wanted to know from James.
I mean, I don't think it's, I wonder what James could think about this. What I think is people make mistakes, and James just makes a mistake under this pressure,
Do you think we should
that's all I think it was.
All right. Let me ask you this. Do you think it should be a full pardon, that this was a big misunderstanding? I apologize for bringing this up on the show. We just let James back in, and we hope this never happens again. We just both sides just wash our hands of it.
Well, I wish it would be that easy, but you gotta keep your eyes on people on the internet. They can get up into trouble.
So you're saying there could be
probationary period.
Okay, you're saying there could be an issue then.
Not an issue like insofar as he has any intentions or any thoughts that are impure. Just an issue is he's going to stumble into some thick grass and he's going to run up to a snake and try to pet it or something.
You know what James always says, when there's thick grass on the field, play ball.
Does he always say that?
I don't know.
Is that
he's not here to defend himself. I don't know. I will say this. I don't remember if James used his actual name in the Pizza Fund, but I can't find an account anywhere. I don't know how he managed to fully destroy an account. That shouldn't even be possible. I still have your info, when you stop having an account, it would just be a deactivated account. And I don't see him in there. He somehow wiped the map clean of everything, or I'm just not understanding.
I think that only furthers my argument that it's a pressure thing, because when you bring something up like this, it scares him so much that he could potentially, totally excommunicate himself from any internet connections.
Here's what I don't want James to become a grifter drifter. So I don't want him going from community to community here. We've done so much good work for James, building him up as a smarter, stronger man over the years. And that's what part of this was about as well. He just makes these stupid mistakes. You're right about that, TJ. Here's what I'm willing to do. All right. Tell me if this is a stupid idea or not, Tej.
This is a stupid idea or not.
As a guy who himself left the cult, here's what
I'm talking about. I'm here.
Here's what I'm willing to do. If James were to come back right now and he were to speak his piece on this, just whatever his thoughts on this are, and I would just 100% let him speak his mind on it, I would be willing to issue in this exact same episode a full-on public apology, as long as what he says is, good and not just more lie. I mean, let's be fair. What happened earlier was he lied about this happening. Him saying this didn't happen is a lie. It happened. I don't know if it's recorded or not, but it happened. So as long as he's willing to say it happened, but I feel uncomfortable with what happened, I don't like the way, I would fully issue a pardon, a public apology. He would be allowed back in. I would even go so far as to say, because I do feel bad about I feel like this was maybe a step too far. And I'd be willing to offer him a free month of Pizza Fund if he were to come back and we just let bygones be bygones. Again, he's got to have a good excuse, and we got to have a good track record, or we're going to be right back here again. But I think that's a fair offer. 1 free month, Pizza Fund, full pardon, an apology. I just wanted to hear his side, and that's all I wanted from the beginning of all of this.
In a comical fashion.
In a comical fashion.
I would append to that there's no time limit on this offer.
No, there's 100% a time limit. It's got to be during this episode. But,
that's a high.
It's not. He's probably watching, and even if he's not, it's like you just got to step on your computer for 2 seconds. But the reason I would say it has to be during this episode is I would hate for there to be all these people who are watching now that heard all that stuff before, and then they don't hear the follow-up in another episode. It's for him that it should happen this episode. That's as far, when you think about what my offer is, that's what the offer is he needs to come on so that I can issue this apology same episode, so that I can clear his name same episode. Because that's what this is all about. He doesn't like his name being tarnished. I'm saying, let's untarnish it together.
This isn't about the PP test anymore.
This isn't about the PP. No. This isn't a PP test thing. I'm saying
exactly.
I'm saying we can clear all this up. That's it. And no gotchas. No. Again, this whole intervention thing wasn't even my idea. It was Lenny's.
All right.
To tweet at him, but he blocked me on Twitter.
His posts, he went protected.
Oh my God.
No, he straight up blocked me.
Yes, but he also went protected.
Oh my God. James, come on.
James, this is not a DFE
This is not
situation.
All right. This is reaching levels of big baby freak out. I'm blocked. He is protected. He has blocked me as well. So listen, the offer's out there. He's probably watching. That's all we can do. TJ, any final thoughts?
I think you should extend this offer and give him the chance to give his own response.
Listen, he will still
if
have.
he provided that to you.
He will have that offer. He will have that offer, but
okay, that's fair then.
The public apology, same episode / Pizza Fund offer will no longer be on the table. The Pizza Fund part is there as the carrot. That's to do it now. The whole offer is let's do this same episode so your name's not fucking sullied. That's for him. That's not for me. That does nothing. It just interrupts the show further. We're just interrupting the content here for this. So that's it. The offer's on the table for him to come back and explain himself whenever. Why would it matter the time frame for that? I'm just saying the rest of it. There might not be an episode where I can pause the show and go, oh, by the way, James isn't a P. Anyway, moving on. Here's a Alex Stein video. So, and I know that the thought there might be, well, how come you were able to do it with this episode? And my answer is because this episode blows. All right. So, Bex Rock, Grifter Drifter. Let's go back to that. Bex Rock. Everybody hates Bex Rock, right? All my niggas hate Bex Rock. Bex Rock.
Hell yeah.
Bex Rock.
Yeah.
Bex Rock has left a comment here saying, this Thanksgiving, I am thankful for MERSH. So that tells you everything you need to know. She's a grifter drifter of the highest order. She's been in the Pod Awful Discord. She was a Salvo I met her through Salvo. Then she comes over to Pod Awful. Then she goes over to MERSH. Then she goes over to Millhip, a literal drunk driver. That's a murderer. All right, a guy driving drunk, that's someone trying to kill you. That's why you get arrested for that. So that's a murderer. She's probably in fucking Turkey Tom's audience, another murderer. So Bex Rock is one of the stinkiest women out there. She's dated about, 50 guys I know from Discord. Bex Rock attempted to get with, and this is not a joke, the comedy shaman.
Woo!
Yeah.
I got excited, very excited to see all of this.
Was I not supposed to say that? Is that a secret?
Trying to get in on the ground floor, man.
I don't know if that was a secret. I apologize if that was a secret. I literally wasn't thinking. Sometimes when we're talking, here in Discord, you can just say whatever in the Discord, but I just forgot we were live. And so if that was meant to be a secret, Comedy Shaman, my apologies. That was not intentional. But I think that's okay to say. I mean, this girl is, okay, how about this? The guy at the Ethan Ralph wrestling event with the Pod Awful shirt, the famous My Top Henchman, as people called him, my strongest soldier. She dated him.
What?
Yep. Bex she was there. She was at the Ethan Ralph event. I mean, you want to talk about grifter drifting? She's everywhere. Bex Rock is podcast, YouTube stream herpes. All right. She shows up. You just get her one day. Half of the population's got her already. And once you get her, you can't get rid of her. She just keeps popping up everywhere. And, you can rub a little salve on her all you want. But one day, boop, there she is again. So here she is showing up in this interview.
And then they felt the rejection of their internet dad's love. And then he just go all travels.
And we hate Bex, by the way. Just to be clear, we think she stinks. Anybody got the Bex drops?
Jesse.
Because Bex isn't just a drifter. She's trying to fuck these people. You want to talk about E-daddies and that shit? She's a million times worse. She's horny for these people. Oh, she was an Alex Stein girl. Actually, that's the first place I know her from. She was a moderator in Alex Stein's chat room when I went on Alex's show.
Oh, yeah.
And she was trying to fuck Alex Stein. I completely forgot about that. She has tried to fuck every internet guy you've ever heard. And she came into our Discord super drunk one time. And we've got all these recordings of her being like, Jesse, can I ask you a question? Jesse. I mean, this girl's a fucking mess. And you should see her. She looks like a tube. Her body is... I know I already used tubular.
Totally tubular.
She's totally tubular. I said it earlier about a penis. She looks like a penis. She looks like MERSH's penis, okay? Which is, oh no, wait, that's a triangle. She looks like...
Cockzilla.
She's a cockzilla for sure. And we hate her. She stinks.
I don't really go out. I don't do anything. Like, what are they going to do? I'm at my house. I have guns here. I just do my shows. I occasionally go play poker or something.
Right.
And I'll go out like to eat and stuff, but I'm not like, where are you going to get me? I'm not like sitting at the VIP booth every weekend at the same club waiting to get shot like a hitman mission. And these people have no balls. You know what I mean? The best they can do is send Uber Eats or do some cowardly shit,
Okay, this is the problem I have is everybody thinks I'm so evil and I'm doing all these gay ops and stuff. Well, MERSH just boiled it down to all they're doing is sending Uber Eats. All they're doing is giving me coleslaw. Okay, then what's the problem? What are you crying about? I agree with you. I'm just silly. I'm not like a terrorist. You're the terror spurg, remember? You're a terrorist, man. I'm doing imagination terrorism. This is just things happening inside your head. So you can't boil it down. You can't be calling the cops on people when you boil it down like all they do is send me pizza. Who cares?
People have no balls. You know what I mean?
They know
the best they can do
internet,
is send Uber Eats or do some cowardly shit,
Oh, just cowardly. Okay. Well, you're a big, strong man with guns.
So it's like, look, it's this or go back to working in strip clubs.
Bex Rocks or Bex Clips are asking. It's Bex Rocks. BEXROCS. Bex, or it might just be Rock. I don't even remember. All right. Fuck Bex. Listen, all my niggas hate Bex. Okay. Everybody, we are Bex haters. I wear every episode of this show, and this is true, hand to God. Every episode of this show, I wear a condom just in case Bex shows up because I don't want to get anything. It is nasty. And I'm sure she's been in, I mean, there's chats out there we don't even know. Name a show. She's probably been there attempting to implant herself as a wart in their life.
And I'm not doing that.
Jesse.
Whoa,
Jesse.
Oh my God. I forgot.
Oh my God.
I forgot I asked for that. You freaked the fuck out. I thought she was in here for a second. Play that again. Hit that one again.
Jesse.
Do the same.
Jesse.
Oh,
I got a hard
sick.
9 now.
Yeah, not me, man. My condom just fell off.
He persisted for so long doing it. You know, it is somewhat admirable that like 10 years you've been taken down by different platforms, and you keep going, man. So I just commend that. You know,
That's not admirable.
hugely.
Yeah,
so.
I don't want to go back. Look, I expect many years.
By the way, I don't even remember when, but at some point during this chat, we just gave up on even caring about making fun of MERSH, and the entire chat became chair chat. I became at a certain point. This guy stands up, and I noticed this chair. This chair is unlike any chair you've ever seen before. It's one of the most fascinating. I don't even know how to describe. It's like got the longest metal tube. And again, I'm not talking about penises. The longest metal tube going up to the headrest I've ever seen. It's so bizarrely shaped. And I became obsessed. I've been looking for a new chair. And I needed to know what this guy's chair. So the whole chat becomes about chairs, to the point where after about an hour and a half of nothing but chair chat, he had to come into chat and address it. And then he addressed it on the show as well. He needed to tell us exactly what the chair, so we would stop. We were chairists, actually, in that moment.
This guy is calling MERSH DSP pretty much. It's pretty insane.
Well, I don't know anything about DSP, so how so?
Well, because didn't he just call him a cockroach? Or that he's able to scurry to different platforms and just exist?
I mean, listen, that is what you got to do now. Even people who aren't like MERSH or me or whatever, saying the stuff you're not, just constantly breaking TOS. It's so easy to break TOS by accident now. It's like that's not really much of an insult to say you got to scurry to a new platform. That happens to big name people too.
Well, he's basically just saying his accolade is that he just simply exists on the internet.
Decline host says no, you were about the chair chat and being annoying. Nah, the chair shit was annoying, he says. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry we made the chat for the MERSH interview annoying for you. No. What did you want to happen? Do you know how fucking funny it is for MERSH to be sitting there sweating bullets, panicking that this show was entirely set up by Pod Awful, which maybe it was. This entire thing set up by Pod Awful. We know for a fact at this point that he is watching the chat. Now imagine nervously looking over to the chat every few seconds, and all they're talking about is a chair. He won't even know what to do. This is a guy who believes he's a legit celebrity. He believes he has stalkers and obsessors over him. To suddenly make the entire chat about a chair, that is... But I just need another chair. So Decline host, you're gay. But I did find out about the chair, so actually I just kind of win that one. That I found out it's not, by the way, I can't use the chair. Unfortunately, I like the chair. I need armrests. So I can't, it doesn't have armrests. You can't even attach it. In fact, the whole point of that chair, it turns out it's like a gynecological chair. Why this guy has it, I don't know. There's like something an orthodontist or something uses, and the whole point is that there's no arms in the way of it. You can move around easy because you're a doctor, you're sitting there.
I want to ask you a question, though. I always wonder this about you because...
This is crazy. What he's about to ask is crazy. And again, if he's trolling, it's too genius.
Your aesthetic is amazing.
No. Come on. What?
Oh, fuck.
No, actually. No. Wait, why isn't it playing?
I always wonder this about you because your aesthetic is amazing. You kind of got the 80s Polaroid, dark vibe going on with the nightwave shit. And I always love that about you. You kind of...
Yeah, MERSH basically invented vaporwave.
It's just insane to me. And I love your neon lights going on. When you were doing Return of the Sis...
So this is my favorite part of the whole thing. And I again, is it a troll or not? This is why I said that the guy before might be right, that they just don't actually know anything about MERSH. He calls his show Return of the Sis. And by the way, from this point on, that's all he calls it. The rest of the show, they got it right earlier in the show. He said Revenge of the Sis. At this point, it becomes Return of the Sis, and MERSH is too pussy to correct him.
How did you come up with the concept of Nightwave, and how did you develop that aesthetic for it, and what kind of inspired you to want to, push towards like an 80s kind of,
2016 Trump memes. Next. Okay. Bye. Goodbye. Show's over. Bye. Let's hear what MERSH has to say.
5 with it. What kind of inspired you with that?
It was more like the color scheme I always enjoyed. I
Neon.
spent enough time in well, not just neons, specific colors. Like I'm a purple, pink, teal guy. Like
that's a hard 9 purple pink if you're asking me. I'm a purple, pink, teal guy. What does that mean? How were you that before Nightwave? Were you your finest chiffons? What are you talking about? I'm a purple, pink, teal guy. I mean, is anybody here a certain color guy? A certain tricolor guy? Have you ever even thought of that?
I'm a purple, red, gray guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Me personally, I'm a red, white, black guy.
I'm kind of a
green teal puce.
Like for instance, if I had a flag. Okay. So.
Oh, I get it.
Thank you. I actually don't believe you.
You don't believe me?
I don't believe that you get it.
Well, was it referring to a certain political party in Europe in the 1930s?
Oh no. Well, I mean, they sort of sprang up at. Yeah, I meant the anti-fascist movement.
Oh yeah. I mean, you can kind of get those two confused.
What
a
did
little
you think I meant?
Probably some other like group, like somewhere similar to that, using similar tactics. Can't remember the name right now.
Okay. Well, me personally, I'm a red, blue, green guy.
I'm a red green guy. Okay. I like when he builds shit.
Yeah, I like when he goes fishing. Does he do that? I don't know. All right, so purple. What do you say? Purple, pink, teal. I'm a teal, by the way. I'm a purple, pink, teal. Is he just saying that because he can see his own background? Did he have to say that? What is the fucking cause of saying? You can't just say that. Listen, I understand everybody's got their favorite color. MERSH has 3, and also, and this is most importantly, he's an adult man. So you can't be a purple, pink, teal. I mean, what are you, Johnny Cash? You're a color man? I'm the man in black.
It's a good.
I'm the hard 9 in purple, pink, teal.
It's an eye-pleasing aesthetic. I spent enough time in strip.
No, it isn't. Everyone hates your aesthetic. In fact, the thing that I would say unifies MERSH hate the most is people dunking on how stupid your shit looks. It's so bad.
Clubs that my eyes are naturally adjusted to those kind of colors. So, yeah, no.
Oh, it's
not working.
It's strip club colors. Oh, that's the issue. Actually, it's hetero that he likes those colors. Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
When I started doing Nightwave, I did it on a laptop, and it looked like shit. And the concept of Nightwave started because there wasn't going to be a Revenge of the Sis for fucking 2 weeks because Royce
don't you mean a Return of the Sis?
was on a cruise, and Daddy needed booze money. So I was like, well, I'll start my own show, and I'll do it.
Yikes.
I'm always going to be Big Dick Daddy. Good at night. And then I just called it Nightwave. And then I guess when we got the new, all this new shit, like when we upgraded the aesthetic, the guy that did it for me was like, well, what do you want?
You did not upgrade the aesthetic. You have the worst fucking aesthetic on both shows. The aesthetics are terrible. I would actually venture as far to say that to call them aesthetics is too kind. I would say that you have a template, maybe, that you accidentally found some sort of template and maybe a couple of them share features, but to even think that you had thoughts behind them is so bizarre that I cannot possibly believe that this man is trolling. Like, that is a thought that only a MERSH head could possibly have. Wow, MERSH put a lot of thought into this pre-made shit that he paid a guy $15 to steal from a torrent for him.
What's the pitch?
You guys see this badass preset that I loaded?
By the way, you know what? I'm going to make this argument here now. Officially, if you have a green screen set, you don't have aesthetics. Your aesthetic is green screen because it looks the same as everyone else's green screen. I don't know if I've seen anything online with a good-looking green screen set. Okay? I don't know. I look at everything. I watch everything. I look at to see, what are people doing with this? Oh, could I'm talking about shit like fucking Linus Tech Tips. They've got a green screen set. They now do a thing where they do these tech news updates. It's like they're doing talk soup, but it's tech soup. That's what they're doing now, right? And they got this thing now, this green screen background. Shit, it looks like shit. These are guys who should know what they're doing. They've got $1 billion for this shit, and it looks like garbage. I've never seen anyone successfully pull off the look of a green screen. So your aesthetic, Mersh, is homeless man wandered in front of a key. Okay. Your aesthetic is chroma key bum.
Cyberpunk titty bar.
Yes.
And he was like, done. And I was like, all right. Okay. And he pulled it off.
Jeez.
And time to suck.
Jesus Christ.
Very Miami or Southern Florida vibe with those colors, you know.
Yes. Miami Vice type shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Miami Vice. Yeah. See, that sounds like a troll, though. I go back and forth so much.
And then I just added the Arn Anderson glasses because...
The Who? Is that a wrestler? The Who glasses? The Arn Anderson?
Yes. Miami Vice type shit.
Yeah.
And then I just added the Arn Anderson glasses because...
Fuck me!
Oh my god, I have bonitis.
Owns to make us feel good. Owns to make us feel good.
I would vape some pussy juice, yeah.
I think he started coughing there just because he was afraid of having to come up with an answer for these glasses.
Miami Vice type shit.
Yeah.
And then I just added the Arn Anderson glasses because...
because of this reason right here, I'm coming up with a reason.
I don't like my eyes anyway. And then...
No, you don't say.
Also...
Is that part of your character, the glasses? Because I know...
Yeah, it's part of his character to be a cross-eyed retard. Yeah. Yeah, that's part of the character. I would say that's like 50% of the character.
I watch it for your older streams. You never had the glasses on, the sunglasses. That
Arn Anderson, I do know that 80s reference, Four Horsemen. Oh, so is that a wrestling thing? Mike West, you're docked points for knowing wrestling stuff in chat. Mike West, everybody please point and laugh at Mike West right now. Decline Host and Mike West have both had their points docked.
Like part of your newer concept?
No,
that's one for the permanent record. Okay, everybody, keep track of that.
Because I didn't have money.
Shocking. So it's a lot like now. Well, I guess you got money. Yeah, $50. Hey, this is a $50-millionaire.
So I had those I just got plastic frames to just get glasses.
Right.
So I could see because I remember I had DUI. And
he's going. You guys can't see. He's going so cross-eyed through the glasses right now.
Shit, I had to get my license back. I had to get a car for years. I was working on all that shit. So I needed glasses because my license already says I need glasses. And I was like, they're gonna make me do an eye test to get my license. I didn't know how easy.
Oh, he legally has to have glasses. Is what he said. He was forced to buy these by the state.
He just to get your license back after a DUI.
Legally cross-eyed.
Legally cross-eyed. He was found in a court of law to be cross-eyed.
Like Florida upgraded the system and forgot me about there were some requirements that I guess they just forgot about. And then I thought I had to retake the driving test and do the eye test, but I went in there and I was like, hey, I'm trying to get my license back on a DUI, and I had all these things, and I brought all the paperwork that you guys the driving school thing and all that, and they're like, yeah, we don't care about that. We need $100. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, so that has something to do with him having crossed eyes or something. I'm sure that's a real story, and we should think about the things he has to say. Okay, moving on. Now, again, I don't think anybody at this point wants to believe that these guys aren't trolls, but tell me that after you see this next part here, because these guys seem to think MERSH is truly a good guy.
Over time, and now it's now I've just pulled the Band-Aid off. I don't need YouTube.
Right. But those motherfuckers who watch this shit is on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
You have no presence there anymore, correct?
Yeah, no.
so it like affects the everyday fan who doesn't understand who you truly are as a person and they just paint this narrative of you, which is disgusting because that's fake. That's fake news. That's fucking fake shit. And that seems like I don't know. It seems I don't know how to describe it.
I hear what
you.
you're saying, but I will only counter that with and again, but who cares? That, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's all just drama.
Do I like? I can say this right now. If I tried to give back 10% of the energy that these people put my way, like negative energy, that would eat up 50% of my day. I wouldn't be able to get anything done.
Right.
You know, so I'm like, that's fine. Like I can't tell you for years how many fans will come to me in the DMs and go, yo, man, they just said that you did this and you're that. And I'm like, okay, well, who gives a fuck? Just mute them. Like, why are you more upset than I am about it? Who cares? I've been called everything but a child of God. But you know what? Going back
okay. Who did he steal that line from?
to my original point. I'm not fucking,
yeah.
and you know what I'm saying? I'm not broke anymore. I'm not wanting for food. I'm not wanting for fucking, you know what I mean?
You're not wanting for food? Yeah, he's not wanting for food because we are constantly supplying him with it.
I got gas in my car.
You're a fucking man.
Which car? Not one of them. Mersh, how quickly you forget you own 2 vehicles, remember?
I have the basic things I need, and it's like what
I've got a green screen, I've got gas station cats.
Care what these people are saying.
They're fucking losers.
Yeah, don't worry about that stuff. I mean, he doesn't care. So I want to transition a little. Like,
whoa, okay, now it's spreading.
Over the last year, you know, I noticed you know, sometimes you kind of go heavy into culture or politics, but over the last year, you made a change into caring for animals, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've always liked animals, but yeah.
What was it like getting your first creature, and when did that
take? By the way, these cats aren't his first creature. I mean, he had roaches and mice and possums and raccoons.
I found Louis it's just over 2 years ago. It was starting to get like, you know, it was like fall, it was starting to get cool out, you know, whatever. And I was drunk and I had to walk up to the Circle K because I needed cigarettes. And it was like 3 a.m. and it's like,
yeah, just throw out Circle K. Everybody knows what Circle K is. So just say Circle K. I got to go up to the Circle K. Mersh in his head thinks it's saying Circle K instead of gas station. This is a comedy trick, by the way, a way to be funny as a comedian. And again, this is me solving world comedy here. The way you do that is, and this is what they tell you, when you go to the comedy boot camp that I'm sure Mersh went to learn comedy, they say use details, use specifics. So don't say gas station, say Circle K, say Wawa, you know, say, I don't know what you guys have. But anyway, so he says Circle K because he thinks that's going to get a laugh. Instead, what it's going to do is Circle K, I know what it is. I've been to Florida. But Circle K is regional, very regional. So you hear Circle K, and some people in this audience are, of course, thinking Jewish people. So you're telling me you went to a Jewish guy and got cats? Okay.
Fluffy ass cat was just walking around outside, and he's
I thought the Circle K was a ranch in a 1930s Western.
Doing the whole, you know, rubbing on my ankles and shit, right? I don't like, I was never a cat guy. I never liked cats.
Yeah, you were never a cat guy. You are a cat lady, though. All right, but let's hear about dogs. We've heard enough about cats from Mersh. Let's hear about dogs. This one is going to floor you. All right, let's Mersh's take on dogs.
Show to where we have to go to places now, and dogs, it's really unfair if you have a dog and you're frequently not home. It's just not a good thing to do to a dog.
See, because he's traveling. He's a traveling guy. He's jet set Mersh, we're now calling him. Add it to the list. Jet set Mersh. He's a Las Vegas guy. Las Vegas Mersh. He is. You can just put anything. The cheap thing is we've come up with all these nicknames for Mersh. You can put anything in front of Mersh and it's funny. Just anything from his life. Circle K Mersh. He's Circle K Mersh. And when I say that, I am talking Jewish, by the way.
You know, coming and going once.
So he can't have a dog because he's all over the place. He's coming and going. He's wheeling and dealing. He's linking up.
Understand if you have a fucking job, you got to leave for a few hours a day. But if you really are going on 5-day trips, like at least once a month, I wouldn't recommend.
So Mersh believes that anyone with a dog doesn't leave their house. That they just have to constantly stay home.
And you get a dog, unless you have like a wife or a girlfriend that like.
Oh, right. Oh, there is that other thing where you could have someone in your life where you could have people who love you and care about you and even live with you. What do you call that again?
Trips like at least once a month. I wouldn't recommend you get a dog unless you have like a wife or a girlfriend that like, like you guys live together. It's your co-house. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, your co-house. He says it's your co-house.
What the fuck is Mir wearing? Look at that shit.
I don't know. They both wear bizarre things. Listen, I can't focus on the sleeves right now, although you are right to point it out. Mersh just said co-house, which is a term that I could see Rufio saying. I could see a child saying co-house. He just heard the prefix co for the first time and is looking for the words to say that people are married, that people are, partners, or I don't know. You can't. There's a lot of roommates. There's a lot of ways to say. I've never heard co-house. Never been done.
Wife or a girlfriend that like, like you guys live together. It's your co-house.
It's your co-house. Now maybe
I love how foreign of a concept that is to like you guys like live together. Like what the fuck?
Well, Mersh has never lived. Mersh has been married before, and he's still never lived with anybody except for Roy. That's what it is. Is he lived with Royce, and he referred to it then as like this is sort of our co-house. It was a way to make it seem like he also owned the house. Oh yeah, me and Royce, we live in a co-house. We're sort of co-house owners. Like Royce is having to sit there and be like, yeah, Mersh. While Mersh is telling people, yeah, we have a co-house where it's our house. We both live there. We're not roommates as adult men, as 40-year-old men where one is married. It's a co-house situation. Also, when Mersh when he had a DUI, when he had a Millhip style DWI, he was borrowing a guy's car. It was their co-car. Mersh has driven a lot of co-cars. He's bummed a lot of co-cigarettes. He's eaten a lot of co-meals that were left on the table after someone left the Applebee's. There's a co-meal, there was a co-table. Yeah, no, I won't be staying. I'll just be having this appetizer here at this. I wandered in off the street into the Applebee's. I'm enjoying a nice co-meal from the people who already paid. Yeah, I'm just going to eat the rest of the meat off of the riblet bones. It's a co-riblet, really.
You know what I mean?
He eats co-family style,
But yeah, if I'm,
well, that's the thing too. You got to exercise them way more. Cats are more like independent. Dogs, they're just so much more work. Like when you travel, you either got to pay to board them or have someone come do all the stuff.
Yeah, he enjoys a nice plate of co-slaw. They're saying in the chat. That makes sense.
And even then, it's like
because really, it's sort of all of our slaw when you think about it. We're all
even leave them home for a day because
I have a crazy.
They need to be on people.
I have a crazy question for you, Mersh, real quick. So during the show, we like to kind of get lit with the boys.
Oh,
Can I change my vote?
Oh yeah. Wait, what are you changing your vote from and to?
I'm not sure if they are anymore.
If you thought they were trolling, now you don't think they are?
Maybe the opposite. I thought they weren't trolling, and now I'm not.
Oh,
so
now you
sure.
think? Well,
you
okay.
You're getting lit with the boys.
Well, listen, I know a lot of people out there. I noticed this in the poll. A lot of people are doing co-votes where they sort of voted together.
Because it is a night show. I saw you have your dabs with you, bud.
Oh, are you running my dabs?
Are you running Crystal?
Yeah, in a way, if you think about it, in a way, Royce's wife is sort of a co-wife. So a lot of people who share her. So
she's kind of co-sexual.
Yeah. Well, Royce is co-sexual for sure.
Are you running Crystal or what are you doing?
Wait, what did he just say?
Oh, are you running my dabs?
Are you running Crystal? Are you running Crystal or what are you doing?
You're running Crystal. So he thinks Mersh is smoking meth. That actually
You think Mersh is comedy she, man.
No, I just have a Luca.
Okay. I was gonna ask, like,
You have a Luca. Isn't that what you wash with in your co-shower? You know, Mersh actually lives in a co-house now. Like, Mersh's house is literally a co-house. It's a duplex where an old lady lives on one side and he lives on the other. That's a co-house. He's kind of right.
Are you down to take a? I mean, I'm gonna take a poll with you if possible. I kind of.
Homeowner. No, I'm co-housing with an old lady.
Okay, so this is why I see Cole. I go the other way with this. This is why I think this is real. It seems like he has desperately wanted to drink and smoke weed with Mersh and be boys with him, boys, for a long time. Like, this seems like a dream come true. This is almost a Make-A-Wish scenario.
What is on his wall behind him?
Like a Red Bar fan.
Is it possible that this is just a way to get Mersh to do a huge hit off that Dabaroo? And
hey, anything, is it possible that I was telling him behind the scenes to get Mersh to do that? Anything's possible, Lenny. Anything's possible.
I want to just do this because I done it with starting
Oh,
John
nice.
Dick. I kind of. Oh shit! Yeah, let's do it, man. Let's go.
What? Wait, did somebody just say Jesse, or was that in the stream? What the fuck was that?
I thought that was in the stream.
I kind of want to just do this because I done it with starting
Oh,
John
nice.
Dick. I kind of. Oh shit! Yeah, let's do it, man. Let's go.
Oh, it's him saying class. I thought somebody said Jesse.
Oh.
Said classy.
No, come on.
And in a lot of ways, they think of me as classy Jesse. That's actually one of my Mersh style nicknames. A lot of people call me classy Jesse. They call me
classy.
Yeah, you know, they call me Bullets.
Justified style.
Let's fucking go. Hey, all right,
Classy
all right,
fuck.
Holy funds. Let's go.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's
say I done the starting John Any Dick. A lot of famous
go.
motherfuckers, and I would love to add you to the list of taking a shot with the boys if possible, sir.
Absolutely.
Boys.
And Mersh is like, he's like, yes.
Yes, to do the toast. I'm sorry.
I'm a little fucked up. Give me a second.
So he's already drunk.
I'm gonna do the toast real quick.
He's already
I
drunk,
just wanna
but
say
he
this
really
right
has
now.
to do this.
Mersh, you're an amazing man. You inspired a lot of people. You inspired me. You're a great man.
No, he didn't.
And Dr. Chow.
Even
fuck
Mersh
the
doesn't buy
Vikings
this.
and go Eagles.
Go Birds.
See all right, this is the thing. He ended it with a sports thing. That feels like that's meant to be the joke. A guy doing a bit, doing a troll, doesn't end the joke with a joke. You see what I'm saying there? Like, the first half of that would be the joke. The second half, that doesn't make sense. That felt real to me. And then, of course, Mersh tries to seem cool and like he understands things. He's watched It's Always Sunny, so he says, go Birds.
You're a great man. And Dr. Chow, fuck the Vikings and go Eagles.
Go Birds.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is where everything starts to change. Here we go. Okay, let's fucking show. This moment right here was a big mistake on Lil Mir's part. A big mistake on Mersh for sticking around. I mean, we're an hour and a half in. He could have left. That's plenty of time. But it's a huge win for you, the audience, and we here at Pod Awful, because the next events, everything that happens after this is insane. All right? It all goes downhill and then uphill and then downhill and then uphill and then downhill from here. Now, I'm going to skip a lot of stuff here. And again, it's all worth watching, but we're just going to have to find a few points of interest here. Now, this is something that I brought this up on the show by accident. I saw somebody chat this earlier in an episode where they said fish lunch, and I didn't know what that was yet. And apparently, fish lunch is the nobody likes onions bones style joke about Mersh. All right, that's their little meme about Mersh. Now, I have no problem with that. I was like, oh, fish lunch, that's funny. Then I started thinking about it. I remember when he said fish lunch. You know, I didn't know this had become like a meme, but it didn't make any sense to me that why would that, like, bones make sense as a meme to me? Fish lunch, I didn't get. No hate, I just didn't get it. Mersh is going to discuss fish lunch. And this is where I started going Team Mersh, where I'm like, wait a second, he's starting to make more sense than the drunk guy. Here, this is not going the direction we had hoped. And I know people out there are going to disagree with me. They'll think it's like sour grapes or something. It's not. I legitimately had this thought already. Watch this.
How's chocolate?
Yeah, see, there's people in chat right now. We got a fish lunch. They love this, and I understand why the phrase is funny. But hear Mersh out on this, okay?
Chocolate ice cream. What do you think about? What do you think about pizza when you're drunk at 3 a.m? Are you 3 a.m. drunk? You're pro or anti pizza? Throw it at me.
Yo, Mersh, I gotta ask you something that the chat keeps talking about. Are you're a big seafood guy? Like, are you into like fish or something? Because everyone's talking about this fish lunch. What's this all about?
So he laughs. That feels trolly, but it also could be that he's just drunk. You know.
So this is another thing. Like I guess some of the shows I like to fucking whatever, like make goof on us. I take exception with this running gag because
I wonder if Mersh even knows it's Nobody Likes Onions bit and not mine. The way he's kind of dancing around it there makes it seem like he doesn't want me to have any shine here. It sounds like that. I feel like he would mention Patrick Melton if he knew. So I take no credit for this whatsoever.
It's a running gag that me and Royce started, making fun of ourselves.
Okay.
And then other people
I have no idea.
sort of is he all right?
See, and this is where he starts getting wait a second. Is the joke I'm getting sus over here? Mersh is like, why is this dude laughing so much? I honestly think he's just high and drunk.
He's a little retarded, bro.
Go.
He's fine. But yeah.
Now, I know Mersh loves to tell the trolls how to make fun of him. He thinks that he's the master of all. I mean, we saw at the beginning of the show, Mersh thinks that he's the funniest guy. He said, I don't laugh at anybody, but this guy is funny. And he's pointing to a video of himself, which is, I mean, you know what? He's right. That's actually what you should do as a comedian. But I think Mersh is right here. Hear him out. This isn't just, we made fun of it first. This isn't like, I said I'm fat, so you can't make fun of me for being fat. It's not that. He's going to poorly explain it, but his actual point is right.
So it's a thing where
it's a thing.
If I make fun of myself, right? If I go like I had a small dick or whatever, and then you start going around telling everybody, oh shit, he's got a small dick. It's like, I was kind of my thing.
See, that's wrong. If you tell everyone you have a small dick, that's hilarious. You have a small cock. That's funny. I'm going to make fun of you for having a small cock. He's wrong about his example is wrong, but the point stands.
So the whole thing started when we felt disrespected at Rumble, and we didn't think they were going to renew with us anyway, and they just weren't being nice, and they kept like freezing us at us.
We were nice to you.
Stuff and not like we were on the pay no mind list at Rumble for some reason. Like they were paying us good, but it was like, all right, but like, come on, man. Like, what are we doing here? So they would do all these events. So we started like passively aggressively, like on the show talking shit. So like, all right, it started one night. I melted down on Twitter
and by the way, he's not even lying about it. These are all true things about this whole setup.
May or may not have called the CEO of Rumble a faggot on Twitter. And told him.
He even called it a meltdown. Like, this is the most honest Mersh has ever been.
That his website was dog shit.
Come on. Yeah, go ahead.
Royce was very mad at me. So the next day I get a call from Royce. He's not happy. And he's like, Chris from Rumble contacted me. He better not I swear to God, he better not fucking end our contract or some shit. I'm like, he can't. There's no way he can. Just pay us and we'll sit it out. But like, we thought he was done with us. So like, no, he called us and he's like, look, man, I actually talked to a few people at Rumble and turns out
I mean, watch Mir too. Like you can see he's faded. He ain't here. This is a guy, his soul has left his body.
I've been ignoring you and I feel like shit now and blah, blah, blah. He's like, we went out and met him and we did a show at their studio. And
by the way, I mean, I think Ray said this after we watched this. It would be an incredible bit to be a show where you pretend to be a streamer who gets drunk and you don't actually get drunk. And you use that as an excuse to shit on the guest. That's somebody needs to take that bit. I feel like it's me. I feel like I need to take that because I'm the only sober streamer that exists. Everyone else is too nervous to be in front of you without drinking. Fucking Millhip's getting a DWI just so he can do his show. Somebody needs to do that though. I don't feel like asking for guests, and I've already got a reputation. People wouldn't take me seriously. They know I don't drink. Somebody sober out there needs to do this bit. He ain't kidding. Like, this is not, nobody can act like this. This man's drunk. Why is it not? It keeps not letting me hit play. There we go.
And I feel like shit now and blah, blah, blah. He's like, we went out and met
Mersh is starting to astral project. I think Mir is starting to astral project. They might have actually Freaky Friday'd from one to the other.
And we did a show at their studio and he took us out to this. It is a nice restaurant. It's on the docks. It's this like seafood place.
What'd you order? What'd you order?
I don't eat seafood.
Okay. This is the linchpin. This is the linchpin in everything. fish lunch guy doesn't eat seafood. Now, I don't eat seafood either. Seafood is disgusting. Seafood is the Beck's Rock of foods. You understand? It's no good. You're eating from the toilet. Especially lobster and crab. These are bugs. You eat bugs. Anybody who eats seafood can't be doing the they're going to make us eat bugs meme. You already do. You already eat bugs. That's a bug. It's a toilet bug. A fish is a toilet creature. The ocean is a toilet. And everything, I mean, listen, go to a seafood place. Fish stinks. Go to the market. Go to the fish section. Tell me that smells good to you. And I will say, enjoy your salt life, sir, but I must go. You're too stinky for me to be around. Seafood is disgusting. And if you say you don't like seafood, you don't like seafood. Because people hate hearing that. Toilet eaters hate when you tell them you don't eat from the toilet. It's like telling a pothead you don't smoke. Actually, no, it's not. You tell a pothead you don't smoke, they go, oh man, that's good for you. Oh, I know I'm a piece of shit, so that's actually good. I wish I was you. That's what they say. A toilet eater is like offended by this. He's like, I can't believe you don't also eat from the toilet. What do you mean? You don't eat the stinky food? You don't like food that would make you barf by sniffing it when it's raw? That's crazy to me. So I believe him. I don't think he eats fish, which means he didn't eat a fish lunch. That's not why the joke makes no sense, though.
You don't?
Never?
It's just an important fact.
I'm not a big seafood guy.
Why?
I grew up fucking poor white Irish trash. We didn't.
Yeah, you should enjoy life.
And it is crazy that a guy who grew up in it's an island. He grew up in Long Island, not eating fish. That is odd.
Sure, at least, motherfucker. That's Irish garbage.
We left an entire island surrounded by fish because we couldn't figure potatoes out.
I know you. I know
culturally,
you
we're not big fish people.
I know you did, but
fair point.
But
fair point for MERSH. Points MERSH. Team MERSH.
Lobster was a huge thing within the Irish culture. Of
points MERSH. No points. Decline host. And who was the other guy? I told you guys to keep track of this for me. I hope you wrote it down. Who was the other guy we docked points? It's on his permanent record.
Poor people for a long time.
No, it's some Tuscan chicken breasts. Not the point. Anyway, the point.
Okay, ignore history, but continue.
Get back to the what you're saying. You went to this nice restaurant on the docks.
We got a tour. Yeah. We hung out with the CEO. We went to lunch with him, and blah blah blah. And they let us do a show at the studio. And then there was all these like handshakes, and we're gonna start doing so much more fun shit together. And I'm like, oh, that's awesome. And then like a few weeks go by, and there was like 3 different events that like we could have been at least emailed about, and one of them was like right in Florida. Like one of them was like one of them was like right in our backyard, and it was when like Russell Brand was there and all these.
Yeah, when we were all laughing at you for not getting invited and for thinking you should be invited to the Russell Brand event. By the way, Russell Brand still higher on the list than you, even though he's now a Schrodinger's rapist.
People and we're like, nigga, we live an hour and a half from this bitch.
Like, where was
they didn't even email us, you know? And so we started kind of passive aggressively doing this fish lunch thing. We're like, oh yeah, they probably flew Viva Frey out to meet Russell Brand, but you know, hey, we got a fish lunch. They let us put our names on the wall. That's cool, huh?
Now this is the point. Fish lunch is a joke. They didn't actually get a fish lunch. This is MERSH inventing bones about himself. Okay, you see what I'm saying here? No disrespect to, I don't know, I think it's Patrick Melton who came. No disrespect on this. You can't do his bit about him. You can make fun of him for having cross eyes, even if he makes fun of himself for it. You can make fun of him for having a small dick, even if he makes fun of himself for it. You can make fun of him for not getting to go to the Rumble event, even though he makes fun of himself for it. You can't use his joke, his made up hootenanny. So this is just a warning. Listen, I'm trying to help everyone out there. This is just a warning. If you've been doing the fish lunch thing, you're a MERSH guy. Technically speaking, this is a joke that MERSH people would say. I mean, that's just true. And by the way, it's actually worse than that. Watch this.
Holy shit.
So it's a running bit of like
it's been our running bit, and then somehow these other motherfuckers have been trying to twist it into it's been us goofing on you, and we're like,
no, it's not.
MERSH has been thrown into a classic seafood spiral. Wow.
It's an old RTC episodes. Royce actually was the one that birthed that one.
You're doing a Royce joke. You're doing a Royce joke. The unfunniest freak ever. the mutant known as co-husband Royce, Mr. Mike Lopez, Royce, the internet's flesh boulder, Royce, a man that I don't think I wrote the time code down for this one, a man that Mir claims he thought was Indian, Royce. That's real. There's a moment where he says, I thought Royce was Indian. I don't know if it's in here. Royce invented fish lunch. Now ask yourself out there, I'm sorry to kill your fun. Ask yourself, do you really want to be going around doing Royce jokes? Do you feel good repeating Royce jokes? I'm sure there's sound drops and memes and everything. There's probably an emoji somewhere about a fish lunch. Now you have a choice to make. You're doing a Royce joke. It's not that they got to it first. He literally invented it out of thin air. They didn't have fish. MERSH ate a Tuscan chicken. Okay? All right? I get why fish lunch is funny. That might be the funniest thing Royce has ever said. But it's a Royce joke.
When I was the one going, yeah, GOP debates in Milwaukee, like, we don't have to get invited to Milwaukee.
Yeah, hippo juice humor. Thank you.
Right? Who gives a shit, right? It's not like we have any influence, and we're just like, it's cool.
Jesse pissing on the fish parade. I truly am. And this isn't because of my hatred of seafood either, by the way. I want there to be fish. I love the idea that so many people thought that eating fish is disgusting, because that's what I hear when I hear fish lunch. Oh, they gave you fish? Yuck. Wow, what a poor people food. They made you eat from the toilet? I'm glad everybody was on my side on that one. I just can't stand idly by and allow people to make Royce humor.
Because we got a fish lunch. Royce was the first one to ever utter the phrase, no, it's fine because we got a fish.
Well, this is great. Jake says in chat, purple, pink, and teal are the colors of the bi flag. That's... I think that's a little off, correct. But actually it is right. So
lunch. And it became our running like these.
Go ahead. You just start to say something. Thought somebody started to say something. Am I just old and hearing nothing now?
Motherfuckers. And that's how we eventually started getting invited to stuff, was because it became a running gag.
Do you ever go fishing?
So there you go.
Fishing down in the Gulf or anything like that?
I'm gonna take a piss.
You ever go fishing? Mir's got to piss. This show might as well be called Bathroom Break the Show, by the way. These guys, both of them, get up. MERSH never gets up. He's sitting there bones in for a cigarette. Obviously, he's smoking anyway, but I guess he's just smoking right there. He's got to get up and go tinkle, though. He takes a break, right, during his show. These guys get up 100 times, so they're really drunk. All of this shit is real.
I'm not a fish guy.
No, you'd never even for sport fishing or anything?
I like drinking.
Not a fish guy. Guess what? You don't eat fish. You're probably not into putting worms in their mouths. All right. I speak from experience. All right. Let's go to now. This is crazy. I don't remember MERSH ever talking about this in a public setting before. Check this out. So there's been some confusion on where MERSH is from. Is he from New York? Is he from Florida? Where does he live? No one knows.
Where he was going, but what did inspire you to move from New York down to Florida?
Economics.
Yeah. And how long have you been down there?
No, seriously. That's the answer.
So he's already answered that he moved to Florida one time. That's already happened. They've talked about this earlier in the stream.
It's economics. So the first time I came down here was, it was, I married this chick for a month.
Excuse me? Okay. Now you feel it. You feel it heating up again. We were just on Team MERSH a second ago. Now you're like, wait a second. All right. It's not the biggest hill on the roller coaster, but it's that first little thrill they give you. We're not doing a loop-de-loop yet, but a little something. You're like, oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, it's a wooden coaster, by the way. All right. So MERSH was married for 1 month.
Oh, nice. I was actually going to ask you if you've ever been.
Oh, nice, he says. No, not nice. Failure, failed comedian, failed marriage.
Married. So
failed podcaster.
Yeah, for 28 days. It was basically this.
28 days, not a month. Was it Was it Black History Month? Then I'll give it to you. Otherwise, not a month. Didn't even make it the full 30.
Oh, nice. I was actually going to ask you if you've ever been married.
And by the way, even if it was February, I'm going to put it out there now. It was leap year.
I thought the deleted leap year because that guy shot all those kids.
So
okay, nobody knows what you're talking. Cole, that's from Discord. That's too esoteric. That makes no sense. That barely makes sense to me. And I'm the one who made the joke. Do you know how many hoops we would have to jump through to explain that joke to people? In fact, explain it. Go for it. I dare you.
What if they deleted days in the calendar for tragedies?
But why did we say that? What brought that up?
Oh, somebody said they didn't believe in 9/11.
Right. So all those steps, and then to get to that. Now people are wondering. That now people are curious. So somebody who said they don't believe in 9/11?
That was me. No, it was Boat. You fucking idiot.
Boat says he doesn't believe in 9/11, and of course he means, it didn't go down that way, Chief. We take it to mean that he doesn't believe in the date 9/11.
Didn't happen.
Didn't
Doesn't
happen.
happen.
There's nothing on the calendar.
There are no 9/11s.
Then it became, what if they actually got rid of dates from the calendar that were too tragic? So Jan 6 wiped off the calendar. I mean, we don't think that, obviously, but they would do that.
420 gone.
I made the joke 420 would be gone, and then there would be confusion though. Is it for Columbine or for Hitler's birthday? There'd be a lot of anger. There'd be a civil war over that. Then the potheads find out it was actually because of potheads that they got rid of it. And so on 421, they would cause a new tragedy, and now 421 wouldn't exist on the calendar. Now Cole, take over.
And then Jesse said somebody would wait around for 4 years and just be brooding in their basement saying, I'm finally going to get rid of this leap year shit.
Yeah, we all hate leap year. I'm going to finally do something about it. All right. That was a Discord conversation. The stuff you miss out on by not being in Discord, by not being in the cult. Wow. Truly great stuff. Cole?
Aren't you going to miss it, James?
Come back, James.
Cole,
I still feel bad about that.
Yeah, I guess today would be that day for James, really. This day's gone forever. It's deleted now.
For like 28 days. It was basically like, that's a stint in rehab, basically.
Can I go smoke a cigarette while you guys run the show?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, come here.
But I got married to this girl I went to high school with that I dated in high school, and then that flamed out very quickly and very, very, very dramatically.
He wasn't in high school, by the way. She was.
And then, so when that ended,
he says it ended in flames. It was very dramatic. To be clear, number one, it was he says she was in high school. It was a mail order bride. He ordered her. Again, he was an adult. She was in high school. He ordered her from Cambodia or something. And she flew in. She left him after 28 days because she already had the visa at this point. And this is true. This is real. MERSH's wife left him for a black comedian. So that's something you can throw at MERSH anytime you want. This is now, you've heard this story floating around before. MERSH is here confirming it. He got cucked by his co-wife with a black guy. Why does MERSH fuck every black prostitute, every ghetto gagger he can get his grubby little gremlin claws on? It's because he thinks that somehow getting her back. Remember, everything he does is getting someone back. All right? He fucks black prostitutes because his wife cheated on him with a black guy. He thinks that gets her back. It doesn't make sense, but it's what he thinks. It's cross-eyed thinking. He got the cat, and he became a cat lady because he thought it would somehow get back at show me kitties. We uncovered this before. We've realized this. The whole thing with Show Me Kitties, that's where the cat grift comes from, to get back at her. He talks about how tiny his penis is and the triangle and is a gay vampire live on air to get back at his dad for not molesting him as a child and stealing diddled valor. All right? These are all, that's how MERSH operates.
Life was ruined. I ruined my life a few times. And then people...
I ruined my life a few times. Okay, we'll gloss over that, I guess.
And then, so when that ended, my life was ruined. I ruined my life a few times. And then people always think it's like drugs or alcohol. No, it was every time I could trace it. It's always back to like some chick, which is why I'm going back to your old
Oh, really? Like Show Me Kitties, maybe?
thing. That's why I'm calm about dating and I don't look for like passionate love because
you could never find it, because it would be a fool's errand, because it would be a wild goose chase.
I can trace
because it would be a snipe hunt.
3 major life ruination moments I've had in my life, and it's always some chick. And then drugs and alcohol.
Yeah, thank you. Decline host, points re-awarded. He says if she was named Show Me Puppies, he would be breeding dogs. Okay? You're back. You're back in black.
I'm doing some crazy shit.
You're back in pink, teal, and purple.
Like without that element, I'm usually pretty chill. So, but no, so I fucked everything up, and then a buddy I started doing comedy with, like when we were doing those shitty bar gigs,
fucked my wife. He's a black guy.
We were just good friends. We were stayed in touch, and he's like, dude, I got a nice spot. He's like, I got a bedroom, an extra bedroom. He's like, he lived like on the boardwalk on the beach in Carolina Beach, in North Carolina. So I was like, oh, it's dope. So I spent a summer just like selling weed and like hanging out and living with him and like
co-living, sort of co-house, co-boardwalking.
Trying to get over my ex and like just banging like a bunch of like beach tourists and stuff and like trying to.
He didn't say beach tourists. He said beat tourist, just to be clear. Bunch of beat tourists.
Get some mojo back. And then my other buddy was like, hey, I'm in Miami. Come check it out. Went down there. I liked it. And then I just, because I'd had strip club.
Oh, really? You liked Miami? Crazy.
Experience. I just started going to every strip club being like, you need a DJ? Like, I'll take shitty day shifts, whatever. And yeah.
Okay. He's going to get into his strip club origin story. So we are going to rocket past this. Just go ahead and do a big skip to Malou. And instead, let's hear about MERSH's sexual experiences, shall we?
You go in the women's room, you're going to get somebody's going to narc you out. But they
I'll
just saw
guard
us
you.
go in there.
I'll guard you. I'll guard you to the end of time.
That's what I'm saying. Dudes are more like walk in and go, nice. And then they go take their piss.
What were you drinking that night? You remember that?
JMO, probably.
At that time,
Ooh, JMO. I love when these retards call it JMO. JMO. MERSH calls it JMO because someone on Opie and Anthony called it JMO. That's it. Could have said Jameson. What if these guys don't know what JMO means? They might not. I don't know. You never know. Clearly they're drinkers, but maybe it's a regional thing. I don't know. Listen, JMO. That doesn't make it sound cool. In fact, it sounds gay. You tell me.
JMO.
It sounds
JMO was a Jack Black thing, I believe, and then an Opie and Anthony thing.
I seriously doubt that. I'm not going to look it up, and I don't care if you do, but I would bet money that is not the case. I'm sure he said it. I mean, he calls himself J Bulls. I would be shocked if he didn't call Jameson Fligagoo. The JMO thing, and Ray, you were right. Gamo is what it actually sounds like every time. I hear Gamo when you say it. When you say JMO, I hear Gamo. When you tell me you're sipping on JMO, I assume he's got a last name too. You know what I mean?
Jameson. Okay.
I'll guard everything.
Then you thought after you hit it that first time, you were like, dude, I got a wifer. Or within or how long?
So they put up on screen. Somebody said she was blacked about his wife. They put that up on screen.
Did you wait until you actually got married?
Again, going back to like the 3 women that I can trace that have ruined my life, like spread out over the course of years, it's always like a really funny, like kind of sexy, just fucking complete sociopath.
Right.
Like if it's just, I'm just
You're
hanging
into it a
west.
little bit, yeah.
Yeah. So she was just one of those. It was more that and not as much like, oh, she was hot, but she wasn't like, it wasn't like life ruination hot. I don't.
Okay. Mr. Medicare stinks. He ruined streamers' vocabularies with this life ruination shit. MERSH is now referring to having a bad breakup as life ruination, which is You shouldn't be allowed to dox me. You shouldn't be allowed to call my sister. You shouldn't be allowed to break up with me if you're my girlfriend. These are all life ruination tactics. I remember the time Kiwi Farms broke up with MERSH. Did all that life ruination to him. Fucking Medicare, man. Fucking ruined. Mr. Medicare is to loser children of divorce on the internet as what's their name from what is that fucking song called? The Scott Pilgrim girl, Ramona Flowers. Mr. Medicare is to Ramona Flowers what or is to these. How do analogies work? Hello, help.
I don't know what you're going for right now. You're losing me.
I didn't go to college. Ouch.
Blank is to blank as blank is to blank is what you're trying to say.
Mr. Medicare to the divorced kids as Ramona Flowers to an entire generation of women. You see what I'm saying here? They're ruined. They both were ruined by this.
Ramona Flowers to the grifter drifters.
Yes, exactly.
Fall for like hot. Like if you're like, as long as you're pretty, but you're like fucking, if you're funny, and that's the problem. If you meet a woman who's really funny,
you've never met a woman who's really funny. What are you talking about? What, she talks about her dick?
They're almost always a sociopath.
High IQ Jesse, they say in chat. I've never claimed that. Who am I, James? Come on. I'm dumb. I'm real dumb. I just know what's right and what's wrong.
That's what I'm talking about. Society sociopath.
So it's like and funny gets me.
Yay, we got there. I wouldn't even say that. I'm not sure we did. Mr. Medicare is a manic pixie dream girl for children of divorce who want to smoke to be cool. All right. So there you go.
So if you're like funny and we're having fun, all that. Oh, fuck.
I got a question for you, Mersh. When was the first time you lost your virginity?
When was the first time you lost your virginity? Not the second or third time, just the first one specifically. And actually, when were the negative times you lost your virginity too? Which I
When
guess
were the couple times you got it back?
I guess negative losing your virginity is being molested in a way.
16.
Tell me.
Okay, there you go. MERSH claims he lost his virginity at 16, which, by the way, he had to go 16. You know. Sorry, that's a number everyone instantaneously knows. Nobody's sitting around thinking about it. Because here's the thing. You could make the argument like, oh, I don't remember the last time I had sex with such and such girl because I have sex so often. Nobody's having sex so often that they forget when they lose their virginity because there was no sex before that moment. That's a turning point, right? So you don't get lost in the cloud of sex you have. Yeah, when did I lose my 16 maybe? 16? Furthermore, you lost it 6, so that's when you were diddled? Are you telling me that's the moment you were physically diddled? Okay.
Street sound effects for that.
We're having a great show, huh? What a great episode.
Absolutely.
This is everybody having fun. This is fun. All right.
I'm happy to be here.
I think everybody is H2BH except for James right now. I mean, fuck,
Yeah.
we even got TJ back. How crazy is that?
I'm still arguing on Twitter with those ladies.
All right. Well, right now, nobody knows what you're talking about. This hasn't been brought up. Anybody
Explain for the folks at
explain for the folks at home what's going on Twitter?
Some lady said she had a fat scapula or something. I don't know.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, we're dealing with some fat scapulas. Again, follow me at Podawful and at the N-word. A lot of my tweets have been deleted over the past
fat scat.
Over the past 24 hours. I had some tweets forcefully deleted. Okay, so you can't follow along with the whole story, and I'm sure all the best parts are gone. Ooh.
Well, now they're saying they want us to get shot for saying the word retard.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah. Again, the show never ends. All right. Podawful, when you're sitting there going, how come Podawful doesn't do 5 days a week like all of the shitty podcast? I do. It's just sometimes it's on Discord. Sometimes it's on Twitter. Sometimes it's on Backpage. So yeah, follow me at Twitter. Okay. And I got 2 accounts. And right now I'm having to use the backup because of fat scapulas.
About that time.
Why?
Because I want to.
All right, so he wants to know about when Mersh lost his virginity. Mersh was either diddled at 16, which to anyone else that's just having sex. Well, I guess if it's with a guy in your family, it's not. How do you get diddled as a 16-year-old by a dude in your family? Because this is what Mersh's claim is, that he had incest. Mersh's claim is he had gay incest. Okay?
What?
Yeah, he says that he has admitted to having gay incest before. So if he lost his virginity at 16, that's when it happened. To me, listen, I'm not a James guy. I'm sorry, I should say.
Too soon. Too soon.
I take that back. That's a joke. I 100% take that back. Listen, I'm not a flamenco guy, okay? A guy who has actually already said he will not take the PP test. I'm not a flamenco guy, but 16 for a guy, and you're having gay incest with your family members for the first time, that's a choice.
Yeah, what are you, black?
Like, you could just walk away, instead of having the penis in your butthole. Just move your butthole away from your uncle's penis. Like, fucking turn your sheets into a rope ladder, throw it out the window, and go. Okay? So either Mersh's hashtag stolen molested valor, or he was fucked as a 16-year-old. These are the worlds we live
Virginity.
16.
Tell me about that time.
Why?
Because I want to know.
No, that's a little weird. How long do you guys grill people for?
Whoa, so Mersh is now uncomfortable. He's like, how long do you grill people for? I thought he said groom people for at first, but now he wants to go. Mersh is ready to leave.
So we groom people usually around.
I guess he said groom as well. Okay, we've heard the same thing.
No, we usually go a couple hours, 2 to 3 hours. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, you don't need to get into that specifically.
I'm like, now if we're already down to like, tell me about your first sexual experience. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm in like a backroom casting couch video.
No, but
yeah, I'm sure you do. You felt that way at 16 too, right?
Why would that be uncomfortable for him?
Yeah, wouldn't that be cool? The guy, it's not the guy in the backroom casting couch that's having the bad time. He set up the camera. Remember? You see him do it at the beginning, where he turns it on the desk, and then he tells you about the girl who's about to come in. He reads you all the fake information about the actress who's coming in, who pretends like she doesn't know they're about to fuck. Backroom casting couch, by the way, is the white ghetto gaggers. Okay. If you think about it.
When we were talking about, like,
I guess the ghetto gagger it's a white guy in the ghetto gaggers, but it's black bitches. Obviously, from the name.
Like that ass, and you're not a big meaty tit guy, so
I disagree with that. I believe Mersh is one of the meatiest tit guys to ever grace this nation.
What ethnicities are? What's your power rankings for ethnicities?
Hell yeah, brother. Let's fucking go.
For females.
By the way, I was gonna say, yeah, I was one of the few guys trying to talk Zia Anderson out of getting fake tits.
Is he Mr.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she was with.
By the way, hers look
right?
great. I actually feel like I was wrong on that one, but just to still show you where I stand on fake tits, I'm usually the one going, don't get them.
She's a dime piece.
Yeah, she is actually the hottest one in that whole little circle. All right, I don't really rank races though.
You don't have like a preference of like.
No.
Yeah, if Mersh, actually, to be fair to Mersh, if he was on backroom casting couch, it probably would be uncomfortable for him because that's where he sleeps. It's sort of a backroom casting couch when you think about it. Yeah, Mersh actually used to be roommates at the backroom casting couch guy. Used to sleep on his couch.
And you guys done working? Can I?
Yeah, can I crash now? Hey, you see the sock on the door? The socks on the door, man. You know how it is in a co-house situation. Sorry. You mind if I watch?
Oh, Latina. I mean, down in Southern Florida, you got everything anyway. So
white dick over black dick. I've seen all that.
Mersh, you want a sheet for that couch? No, I'm good. I'm fine. Just leave it.
That shit, but like
I date black chicks, I date white chicks, I date Jewish chicks,
but mostly black. Whoa, Jewish circle K. Anybody?
I date I date some
Indians,
Hispanic
Asians.
girls. I would no,
You
honestly.
date some. Look at him lie. He's like looking up. Like, you just named all of them. Like you had to think about it. You named every type.
Chicks, I date white chicks, I date Jewish chicks.
Yeah, I date teals. I date pinks. I
date some Hispanic girls. I would no, honestly, Indians and Asians don't like me, and it sucks.
Really, and neither does anyone else though. So I didn't stop you with any of the other ones. What happened there? You mean they have standards?
Asian no martial arts.
You mean that Indian and Asian girls have standards? So okay.
Season 50. Like Indians are really hit or miss, right? Like 70%.
Definitely. Agree. Big agree. Team Mersh, score a point. Indians are really hit or miss.
Of them are just dog shit.
Dude,
but
well, I wouldn't say dog. I don't think Indians are dog shit. I think that's too far. Street shit maybe, but not dog shit.
30% of them are
red hot
gorgeous.
pussy, bro. That's just insane.
Yeah,
I'm
like
not
the
gonna
30% of Indian girls that are hot. Wow, they're hot.
Fucking nut.
And
Chica,
Asians,
baby. Yeah.
Asians, it depends. Like, because it's like Japanese girls are alright, Chinese girls.
No.
Go Korean girls
Go
are
talk to
alright.
Who's giggling on a blown out mic? That could be. You could be naming about 15 people on Discord or any of the people on screen. I don't know, man.
Man, South Korean bitches going to hug dig it, bro.
But yeah, they don't really like me. So like, I've dated black chicks, mostly black and white chicks.
Mostly black though, actually. If you want to really narrow it down, yeah, I've dated like everybody. I've dated every single type, except for Asians and Indians, except for mostly black and white, except for black. Except I didn't date them. Except it's only called dating as a euphemism for being a John to a prostitute. Actually, I didn't even do that. Actually, I've never had sex. Actually, I haven't even been diddled. Actually, I just came in my pants right now on your stream.
Dude, black chicks are fucking dirty, bro. I love
If I was gonna settle
Did he just say black people are fucking dirty, bro?
down, I'd probably settle down with a Latina.
Why?
But again, that would require one to want you. Now, I'll tell you why, why he's really saying that, because his, I believe his sister is with a Latino. So Mersh, being one of the gals, being one of the sisters in Clan Sheely, he assumes that he's going to have the same results, you know? In fact, and this is the weirdest part, I believe Mersh's sister's family, I believe their last name is Lopez, much like Royce. Royce and Mersh may be related. I don't know how that works, actually. I've just always noticed that there are Lopez's in Mersh's family. So when Alex Jones introduces Mersh as, Mrs. Lopez, it kind of makes sense.
That's the way to go. Yeah.
Yeah, you did that.
The mestizo is the future.
Somebody says he mostly dated his hand. I would actually argue that even his hand would reject him. Have you ever seen it? It's like going like this. It's like the reason his hand looks like this, the weird misshapen claw. You know how when they put spikes on a bench so that homeless people don't sleep on it? This is anti-Mersh jacking off. The hand installed this so that he can't jack off.
Yeah, I am Latino. What do you want from me?
Anti-human architecture or whatever they call that.
I know.
Yeah, so what do you mean? I did that.
All right, who cares about that? Let's go to, this is where we start getting really, really good. This is off the rails completely. Roller coaster has left the track.
This is Cuban.
I think it's just because he's kind of fat. Yeah, he's Cuban, but he kind of...
Here's him talking about Royce being Indian.
No, Royce is Cuban. And he's like, my grandfather came here with like $8.
Isn't he Indian? Isn't he from India?
No, Mir. Mersh just told you Indians reject him.
No, Royce is Cuban.
Oh,
Cuban.
He's Cuban, but he gave me Indian vibes.
Yeah, no,
I think it's just because he's kind of fat, you know.
It probably.
Yeah, you know how all Indians are fat. I mean, what? The classic stereotype of Indians being fat guys.
Might have been, but he seemed like a bigger.
He's losing it now. I wouldn't call him that now. He's been fucking.
I mean, no offense, but
no, I know.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if people know this. I was thinking about the co-house thing again for a second. Do people know the rumor going around about MERSH's living situation and how that's handled? Like, obviously, MERSH has no money. He needs $50. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Anybody?
No.
Okay. There is a rumor going around, and there's stuff that to back this up. You know how Royce's dad bought Royce's house? Royce doesn't own a home.
God.
It was purchased.
Oh, no.
It was purchased for him, and obviously Royce's dad would have to be involved in whether or not MERSH could co-house there or not. Right? Royce's dad allowed MERSH to live there. Apparently, this is the rumor going around. This is on the treadmill, unlike MERSH, and unlike Royce. And unlike Royce's wife, co-wife, apparently Royce asked his dad to pay for MERSH to move out. So the Section 8 housing that MERSH moved into, Royce's dad actually was paying for that. So MERSH lived with Royce's parents. He doesn't have parents, so he lived with Royce's parents. These are the rumors going around. And his new place, Royce's dad helped him move into. Apparently, MERSH pays like half the rent on it or whatever. He asked Royce's dad, like, would you be the, what do they call it? The creditor on there, right? Like when you get a guy to sign for you because you have bad credit.
The cosign?
Cosign, that's the one. Yeah, he's the cosign, co-house, co-dad. Royce's dad is MERSH's co-dad. So, yeah, he co-signed it and pays half of the rent so that his son doesn't have to live with MERSH anymore. There's evidence. I can't post the evidence because it's like doxing, basically, but it's out there. It's out there for you to find, and it's certainly worth saying, typing into chat rooms and spreading that rumor.
Sometimes you know how like
we're both thick boys, but yeah, no, he lost like 80 pounds. And
oh yeah, you're both thick boys, you and Roy.
I mean, no offense.
You're co-thick.
No, I know.
Just sometimes
No,
you know how
I'm co-thick with my co-host.
like
we're both thick boys, but yeah, no, he lost like 80 pounds, and he's
No.
fucking
That's
been
good.
working out. He's terrifying. He's actually terrifying.
Yeah, he is terrifying, but not because he's like built. I mean, again, he's got turkey legs. No, wait, those are big chicken legs, and he's 5'6".
Flying again.
he's like a power lifter too, so
Yeah, he's a little scary.
MERSH, you're Italian, aren't you?
Okay. Now, you may recall that this was already brought up earlier in the show. This guy cannot keep track of MERSH's ethnicity, as in I don't know.
I'm Irish.
no, he said Irish.
You're Irish.
Yeah, he made the joke about being on the island.
I could have sworn you were Circle K.
How the fuck are you Irish? Tell
And
me
for the
right now.
sake of keeping the bitch going, and Jewish.
Oy vey.
So MERSH accidentally said keeping the bitch going. He meant bit, but MERSH finally admitted to being Jewish.
On the island.
How the fuck are you Irish? Tell
And
me
for
right
the sake of keeping the bitch going, and Jewish.
Bitch going. And let's take a hard, close look at those eyeballs. Okay. And what's going on there? You know, MERSH, I got to tell you, stop doing the bit where you take the glasses down. We're always going to be pausing on it. We're always going to be inspecting you bodily when you do this. And sure enough, he went cross-eyed. There it is. It's for only a few frames, but officially cross-eyed. Because here you could make the argument that he's just looking to the side. But once you're here, ooh boy, that's a problem. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a Jewish man.
Jewish.
Are you Jewish? Really?
Yeah.
His bank account is.
Oh my God! I'll drink to that.
No, not okay. And that's where I draw the line. No, it isn't. Maybe his spank bank account.
Love Jews.
Cheers to that, man.
No, I do that. I throw that out every once in a while. I've had like accounts reinstated for that.
I'm gonna throw up.
No, for real though, like, you know, people pretend.
So he just goes, I'm going to throw up. Mir's having a tough time right now. This is getting bad. He just threw that in like quiet, like no one noticed. Listen to that again.
Like accounts reinstated for that.
I'm gonna throw up.
And they just move on. And they think he's like joking or that's part of whatever they're talking about. No, that's a side thought.
That out every once in a while. I've had like accounts reinstated for that.
I'm gonna throw up.
No, for real though, like people pretend there's no like
I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna cab.
Pro kind of Jewish like meaning on social media, but I have wriggled out of things by like when they're like, you're an anti-Semite, and people who don't know me, and I'll go, hey, I'm Jewish, asshole, and they'll back off without doing any research, and I'm like, see, we cooled off that situation.
I want to talk with you real quick, honestly.
Here we go. When we get honest, this gets good. Lil Mir's got something honest he needs to discuss with MERSH. Now, what do you think it could be? Of all the things, if we're getting real, Linda Ellerby rapping with the kids style, real on a topic, what does he need to address with MERSH?
Okay, let's be man to
man. Let's be man to man.
Let's go, dog.
Let's be man to man real quick because I'm tired of this bullshit. Like, media and like just pretending like, whatever and shit. I want your honest opinion.
What? Huh? Anyone following? So okay. But let's get real.
You know the media, the drop-down menus.
I'm gonna throw up.
As a man on certain aspects of life and what's going on in our world today, because you seem like you're talking about, and you portray like you're talking about.
Okay, this is a big build-up. Here we go.
So I'm gonna push you on something really hard right here. Okay. What's your take on what's going on with like Israel and Hamas right now, man? Like, what's your take on that?
All right. MERSH is about to take control. MERSH is about to make the chat go team MERSH. This moment is when everyone simultaneously went in Discord, in chat, everywhere. They went, oh, fuck. This dude ain't trolling. This dude is fucked up. Even MERSH is like, oh, I see what I'm dealing with now. I've made a huge error by appearing here. This is bad. This looks bad for me. Now I look dumb. This is like when Pod Awful goes on Mill Hip. That's an error on his part. It just drags him down. MERSH is now in a sense of, he's in a vulnerable state here. Not the vulnerable states that we normally see him in and like to prod him and poke him on. A vulnerable state where you empathize with him. Can you remember the last time you empathized with MERSH? I don't know if it was ever. I've seen MERSH literally fall down on his face and I didn't empathize with him, I've seen his whole butt crack come out on air. That's something that could happen to me. No empathy. Did an entire show.
I was pretty sure he was going to get shot at McDonald's.
100%. In fact, I'm sure every day of that, zero empathy. In this moment, my whole spine compacted. I got to get new discs installed because I feel bad for MERSH right now. Now watch this. You're not going to believe this, okay? And everything, the roller coaster is now taken off into space. We don't know what's happening now.
I'm not sure if this is a serious question.
It's a serious question. I have a take on this, but let me hear your take on it because
he's got a take on this. He's got a very serious take on this. This man apparently, despite everything you've seen here so far, I'm going to throw up. This man apparently works in the, you're not going to believe this, the aerospace industry. This man builds the bombs that we then give to Ukraine. Okay?
What?
I know.
This actually makes a lot of sense when I think about it.
Seems par for the course, to be honest.
Okay, that's bad. When it makes sense to TJ, that's a bad thing.
You know when you see the videos of like the army or military recruits and it's all big fat black women and you're like, oh shit, we're fucked. Oh God, Russia and China are going to murder everybody, Everybody in America is completely 100% fucked. There's a part of you that in your head goes, well, we've got nukes and missiles and stuff, right? I mean, it doesn't really matter if you're fat and a lady if all you got to do is press a button to shoot a drone strike at someone. This guy made the missile.
And he's got opinions.
Let's hear him.
You're somewhat Jewish like you portrayed, so let's hear what's up.
Why is Tim Pool interviewing Mersh? Someone said.
I am extremely weary, and I'm old, and I'm tired of being involved in foreign wars. I've already done. This is just 9/11 Part 2, and it's annoying.
Jan 6 Part 2. That's sort of almost copying my bit. Just to be clear,
It's even more annoying because
I'm not trying
we're gonna wipe that off the calendar.
to annoy you right now. I'm just
No, I'm not. Your question's not annoying me. No, you're misinterpreting. This war is annoying.
Comedy Shaman doesn't want to. I would love to have Comedy Shaman on. He doesn't want to come on. Comedy Shaman will be on the show in a few weeks. Okay.
Of course,
the war is annoying me because it's just we already did 9/11, and like the first 9/11 was like Afghanistan, Iraq. We shouldn't have done any of that shit. But at least back then, you could explain it to an 18-year-old red-blooded New Yorker who just watches shit happen on TV. Like I just watched shit happen.
Yeah, but they want you to go to war.
But we now I'm old enough to know we shouldn't even have done it then. But now they won't even like give us a 9/11 over here to try to convince us to go to war. Now they just come in and go, we're just giving them 300 billion and you don't get any say. And they like we don't even get a 9/11.
Okay, I know everybody is glazing over. I get it. Just wait. None of us want to hear this topic. That's what makes it so funny, by the way. This has gone into such again, it's chair time. Chair chat. In fact, keep your spirits up in our chat right now. Just talk about the chair. You can talk about my chair, his chair, Mersh's race car chair, vroom vroom, anything you want. Keep your spirits up. Just keep it going. Hold with it. Trust me.
11 to fire us up. So my point being, like, I don't like how easily everybody just wants to support Ukraine and support it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I got a buddy from former Yugoslavia, bro. I'm just like,
America gives money to both sides of everything, and
they own
just
Ukraine
stopped.
now.
We can afford that wall. Like, keep in mind, we've given more money to Ukraine. We give more money to.
What do you mean they own? They gave me money. Ukraine is us now. We own them. They're us now. We pay them their money. Now they owe us, and they're not. The Ukraine is now USA.
They're losing the war. What are they going to give us?
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? They're our territory now. We own them.
Dr. Chow was smart to get up. He got out of here. Look at that chair. What the fuck is going on with it? That doesn't even look like a chair. Can you even discern what you're looking at?
No.
We gave them so much money.
But if they lose all that territory to Russia, then how do we own? What do we own?
How would they lose Kiev? How would they lose all these other aspects? We still have
lose Kiev.
fucking
But
area.
we have a nice little chunk of that. Fine.
Yeah,
Look,
they stole the Republic. Have you not seen what's going on?
Oh, Dr. Chow's in chat. He says that's why I dipped. There's the actual Dr. Chow right there. That's crazy.
With the political aspect of what's going on with them. There's
Dr. Chow, you should join us in Discord here. I'd love to hear your thoughts on all of this. Do you have a Discord? Podawful.com/cult, podawful.com/discord. I think both of those will take you to our Discord. Somebody will usher you in here and get you all set up if you want to jump in. I'd love to hear your take on this.
saying they're saying that Zelensky and all of them sold their country to the U.S.
He says, I'm tall. I need a chair like that. Well, that's why I want it.
Of course they did. That's
I just want my brokerage account to go back. All right.
I mean, you can.
It's down a lot. I want that to
pay
go back.
that, but I'm trying to have an honest conversation about that. Okay.
Yeah, if we stop going to war with all these countries and getting involved, then my
why would we?
brokerage
We're
account will
colonizing. We're an amazing fucking empire right now. Why would we do that?
No, we're not. We're literally crumbling.
No, we're not. What the fuck are you talking
what
about?
channel
No,
do you
we're
watch?
not.
Have you seen
What channel do I watch? I'm watching.
By the way, Mir's got a bit of a graveyard mouth too. I don't know if anybody's noticed that. There's a tombstone going on in there. Maybe that's why he likes MERSH so much. Look at that. What is that thing right there? What is it? He's got a single twin tower sticking up from the skyline.
I'm watching a channel that fucking conquers every fucking area. We just took over Ukraine. Ukraine owes us for the next fucking 30 fucking years. What the fuck are you talking about right now? Ukraine just sold their land to us. What are you talking about?
Okay, so Dr. Chow
angles.
And Dr. Chow comes back with soup. He went to go get soup.
What are you talking about? We're a superpower right now.
We power.
Own Ukraine. Thank you. You can pretend like we're nothing. You could pretend like we don't own them, but we do. They will do whatever we say from now and here on out. They pay so much money.
Is he wearing, Dr. Chow, are you wearing a kimono over a button-up shirt in this, by the way? Just notice you have some sort of bizarre outfit on.
You know what? Those tax dollars, what should we give you, isn't free. We own you. Thank you.
Right. We're doing really good.
Are we? What do you want to say about us not being a superpower? Go ahead. What's up? How are we not a superpower right now?
I mean, have you seen Philly, LA?
Philly, LA?
Mir's actually angry about this. Dr. Chow says he's good on coming in here, by the way. Well, at least let us know in chat. Were you guys trolling? Because
he's a fucking bitch.
Right now, well, I mean that might be true that he's a bitch and that's why he doesn't want to come in. But we can't force the guy. 323 votes, 65% say are Mere Musk. They say yes. So, so 65% of the people think you guys are trolling. Are you guys trolling?
Who cares about that?
New York, Chicago.
That's within your own private areas. I mean, you have to.
Yeah, Mir is unspooling. He does not like Mersh's answers on this. And look at Mersh's cultivated eyebrows. He can't believe what's happening right now.
You have constituents.
The chat's going nuts. Are going Team Mersh, Team Mersh.
Tweaking out. You'll control them. You'll push them towards some certain things. You know what I've seen also? They've been tweaking out for years, and we've always, whenever we had huge events, we always would be able to clean them out and push them to the side. So that tells me the government doesn't really worry about them because they can always push them to the side when it matters. So they know they mean nothing to me. Then what?
Checkmate, I guess.
I mean, checkmate.
Oh,
yeah,
man, sure. Okay, yeah, we got it. We got it all under control.
We do. I don't understand why you're.
Yeah, you are fucked when Mersh is the voice of reason, says Gato.
Hey, yeah, we got it. We got it all under control.
We do. I don't understand
My man's
why
just
you're
eating a sandwich right now. He's getting down on a hot pocket. He's checked out. He's just leaving me hanging around. This motherfucker having soup. This nigga eating gazpacho and shit, leaving me hanging with this.
So, this is something I want to point out. When Mersh showed this clip, here's how he showed it.
I don't understand
My man's
why
just
you're
eating a sandwich right now. He's getting down on a hot pocket. He's checked out. He's just leaving me hanging around. This motherfucker having soup.
I
don't understand why you're
eating a sandwich right now. He's getting down.
Whoa!
Checked out. He's just leaving me hanging around. This motherfucker having soup. This nigga eating gazpacho and shit, leaving me
What
hanging.
is happening? So
It's Tom.
This is something I want
what's
to
up,
point
Tom?
out. When Mersh showed this clip, hey, here's how he showed it. Tom Gully, stop it.
I don't understand
My man's
why
just
you're.
eating a sandwich right now. He's getting down on a hot pocket.
my
He's checked
God.
out.
We can hear the
This
stream
motherfucker
through
having
your mic, Tom.
I don't understand
go.
why you're.
eating a sandwich
Tom,
right now.
turn your radio off, bud.
Holy
Turn off your radio.
Oh no.
Turn down your radio, Tom Gully. That's not really.
We just got gully bombed.
That's not.
man.
That's not really him, right?
That is.
Yeah, that's actually
He's been
Tom.
chatting the whole time.
Are you going to tell me that Tom Gully actually did the "I can hear your radio in the background"? A radio professional of 80 years, and he just messed that up so bad. And I heard it repeat 4 times. By the way, that's
It's
insane.
the goalie vortex.
He was sitting there like pulling levers and pressing buttons. Steam was coming out, trying to get that thing to stop. Tom Gully. That's an embarrassment. I'm sorry, Tom, but we can never see that happen again, please. I was trying to make a point here, too, and now I don't even know what it was.
This is the best episode ever. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we got Tom Gully. This is crazy.
Sandwich right now. He's getting down on a hot pocket. He's
Okay, this is the point. Remember, at the beginning of the show, I showed you this clip. This is how Mersh showed him on this show on his stream.
control.
We do. I don't
My
understand
man's
why
just
you're.
eating a sandwich right now. He's getting down on a hot pocket. He's checked out. He's just leaving me hanging around. This motherfucker having soup.
Now, he paused it right there, and he goes, I'm the funniest man ever! Listen, nobody makes me laugh except Mersh. Okay, now that's how things went in his head, that he did the funniest line. Now, listen, that line, making fun of the guy who eating soup, that could be a great line in a guy with confidence, a guy who knows how to be funny, a guy who can, do a little take the camera, talk to the true audience out there and really mess with that bit. But that's not Mersh. Mersh is a different guy. A famous character of mine, a different guy. He's a different type of guy. And here's how it went down in reality.
Okay. Yeah, we got it. We got it all under control.
We do. I don't
My
understand
man's
why
just
you're.
eating a sandwich right now. He's getting down on a hot pocket. He's checked out. He's just leaving me hanging around. This motherfucker having soup. This nigga eating gazpacho and shit, leaving me hanging with this.
I don't. With a tweaker, I don't understand why you're so.
No confidence. He didn't stop at soup. Soup wasn't the punchline. He got nervous at soup when these guys didn't this guy's too drunk, too faded to understand your jokes, and you're not confident enough to wake him up out of that. It's not that he couldn't. It's you. It's your delivery. And I watched him do this multiple times through this stream, attempt a joke, and it go over their heads, not because it's the best, highest IQ joke of all time, but because he can't deliver it. Instead, he got nervous after Soup, saw even Dr. Chow, the Soup guy, isn't laughing with him on that one. So then he threw in Gazpacho because what did we learn from Comedy Boot Camp? Use specifics. Funny word. Oh my God, gazpacho? Wait a second. That's probably not what he's eating.
Gazpacho and shit, leaving me hanging. He's just leaving me hanging right now. This motherfucker having soup. It's like eating gazpacho and shit, leaving me
Gazpacho. He doesn't even know how to say it right.
hanging.
Leaving me hanging. This is not he didn't do a joke here. He's attempting humor, but it's not a joke. He paused it at Soup for his audience as if there was a punchline and then gave himself a studio audience of laughter.
I don't with a tweaker. I don't understand why you're so against our government and how we're doing things right now. I don't understand that.
And I get it. It makes sense to make this joke, right? He's in a world of bizarre, like this is a miasma of unreality going on around him. He is now in the twilight zone of streaming. So it makes sense to try to make light of it just in case a MERSH guy is watching. Me in the same scenario, I'd be doing jokes for my audience. I just feel like maybe somebody else would be aware of them.
Because our government sucks and they're doing
No, it doesn't.
terribly.
What do you fucking mean it doesn't suck?
It does.
It just controlled Ukraine. It just took over Ukraine. You should be happy.
And now he's right back sucked into the political vortex.
Okay, I guess I should be thrilled that we're giving.
We colonize this country. We're colonizing countries right now.
This is a meltdown.
What are you against? I don't understand this. Like,
And
aren't you
unspooling.
fucking? You're a joke mer. No. Hang on. I'm tired of these fucking people. You're a joke mer.
Yeah, he's talking. I didn't catch it all, but he was talking about the
I don't
fiscal
understand
policy and the monetary stuff, like the money being spent, and then interest rates are going up.
No. Hang on, Dr. Chow.
And then he just started singing "And I'm Proud to Be an American" by Lee Greenwood at me, and I'm like,
No.
Oh, so you hate our troops?
No.
Oh, so you hate our troops? Yeah, I do. They're all trans now. I hate.
No, dude.
You hate them because they're more beautiful than you. They had the courage to become soft fours.
Are you stupid, or do you not give a fuck about any of this shit? Like, dude, that's a fucking gimmick. Are you dumb?
Imagine unironically again.
our paid guest. Are you dumb?
About this stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So why are you talking about it? Like, that's not even my thing. I'm telling you, this is this.
Oh, Chow, how much did you guys pay MERSH to be on? I need to confirm that number. Tom Gully says, didn't know I would be in the live chat. Thought the people on air were in a special place. My mic isn't even. I'm in there, though. My name's at the top of the list.
Dude.
It's fine.
We're taking over shit left and right. We just took over Ukraine.
Yeah, they're saying Dr. Chow's pulling a Venti. He's doing a Britney Venti, which is interesting because didn't they talk about? Oh, no, that was on the. Oh, my God. He is copying Britney Venti. They talked about Britney Venti and my coverage of her when Ryan was on the show. So he's literally doing a Venti right now.
We're killing it.
They owe us billions. They're our country now from here on out. They owe us. They're us now.
Chow, I got it. You have to tell me the truth. You have to say it in chat. I'm sorry. You do have to do this or else you guys become goons. Right now, you're just a vector for me to make fun of MERSH. This isn't even a MERSH effect episode, I don't think, right now. But unfortunately, I will be forced to lash out at you and harm you in physical and mental ways using properties of the internet that you didn't even know existed unless you tell us the truth about how much MERSH was paid for this interview. I do need to know. I need to know about the negotiations of that as well. And I know you're the money guy. You can't put it off on MER. You can't tell me that MER was. I know that you're the one who pays the people.
Like a Jets fan on sports radio when they're like
you're
when they're like 4-9.
Oh, look at this. He said it. I will ask MER. I didn't pay him. MER does all the bookings. I know for a fact that's not true. I know. In fact, people have already talked about this in chat. I know it was you doing it with the comedy Sherman. So sorry. Try again. Let's do the truth. Let's take after our hero MERSH and be truthful.
And they're like, I'm telling you, the next 2 games,
Aaron Rodgers come back, baby. Aaron Rodgers come back.
No,
that's
they're
what
not.
makes you retarded.
No, they're not.
There's no way around it. We're just going to do this the easy way, okay? I don't want to do it the hard way, Dr. Chow.
They're
What the
going up
fuck are you
against the
talking
fucking-
about
they're
right
going
now,
up against
dude?
the Eagles next week. They're done.
You're nuts.
They just-
Wait, who's the Eagles? Who's the Eagles against the U.S.?
He says he will find out. He knows. He knows.
Who?
That's what it sounds like. It just sounds like that sports radio.
No, you
fans
can
like,
laugh all
2
you
more
want.
games if we win and Chicago loses
Dude,
twice.
You're disgusting.
And then if
No.
maybe
You're
I don't
disgusting.
know,
No, who?
maybe Travis Kelsey's plane goes down.
I'm
and
sorry.
then we got
I'm
a
sorry,
chance to
Donald
really
Trump
get into this
didn't
wild
win you the
card.
wins you wanted to win with your shit, but I'm beyond that.
What?
I'm talking about world scale.
I don't know. This is a full scale meltdown. This is, I don't know. I don't know what's happening anymore.
Yeah, this is the guy that books the guests.
Shit here that you never talked about on your show before. So let's go into
We
it
never talk about this stuff
because you can't comprehend it. It makes me
Never talk
disgusted.
about- we never talk geopolitics on Revenge of the Sith.
Why don't you?
We just had Jimmy Dore on our show.
Exactly. Thank you.
Did Mersh just call it Revenge of the Cyst?
Rumble brag. I'm stealing that. I just stole that. That I didn't come up with that.
Dude, I'm just saying. There's more shit to be heard than just
That was a perfect moment to say that. No one else will ever have the opportunity to use it perfectly. Talking about Jimmy Dore being on Return of the Sis.
Donald Trump and these fucking
Rumble brag.
Losers in Miami that you're looking at.
I agree with you.
No, you don't. You gotta just shit on me here a
We
little
went
bit.
there to goof on him. No, I didn't. You started getting very upset about
What?
about how our tax. I just said I don't like our tax money being spent, and you got very rock flag.
What's wrong with our tax money being spent?
You
What's
got
wrong with that?
because I'd rather it go to like I don't know roads
Like what?
or even better back to us. Really would be awesome.
Back to us. I'm sorry, motherfucker. That's not how society works.
No, it does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You have to. All of us have to pay into something to make some shit work, right? Correct.
Florida has no state income tax. We had a $3.3 billion surplus last year.
Look at Florida right now, right?
We're doing pretty.
Are
solid.
you? Look at Missouri now. We're killing before you guys. I'm sorry. We're more leftists than you are.
I'm not. Why are you getting upset? What's
I'm not
happening?
getting upset.
Now this starts getting the vibe of the Mersh Royce breakup. Remember that? The big one. Everybody thought this was like the biggest thing in revenge history. Where
The pissy incident?
The what?
The pissy incident?
Yeah, the pissy. You're getting pissy with me incident. The I was nice to you incident right after the election. This has strong vibes of that.
Man, I'm just trying to talk to you. Like, you seem like you're kind of like.
I thought we were goofing around and having fun. Like I thought this is how we do it. On this show.
I you know, my thing is this, man.
Yeah, Mersh can't handle any pushback. Wow, this is more telling than Jesse is letting on. It's really like Mersh is constantly being backed into a corner, okay? But the corner is infinite. There somehow his back is against the walls, both of them, but it just keeps going back, and so does he, just always being pushed back into the corner. And any little thing like this, he feels trapped. He hates it. He cannot stand even guys who might have been trolling him or have been talking shit to his face, even accidentally this whole time. He hates having any sort of static with anybody. It's why he never hits back when someone makes fun of him. It's too easy, really. Like at a certain point, I realized like, oh, Mersh is just never going to do anything. He'll have these like occasional limp triangled attempts at hitting me back or just claiming he's going to do a lawsuit against me and all this kind of stuff. But in reality, he's too cornered for that. He's mentally cornered.
Schrodinger's corner.
And I talk with all my buddies because we all kind of get into it one or not.
Okay, this Dr. Chow super chatted this, so I especially don't believe it. He says Mersh did it free of charge, confirmed. Now I appreciate the super chat on that, although it is the lowest amount. But I don't buy that. I don't buy that he did it for free. I know you guys are paying guests. I know you offered the comedy Sherman. There's no way you didn't at least offer. Was an offer, you don't have to send a super chat to say this, by the way, but was an offer even on the table? Like, tell me if you offered it and he said, like, you guys don't have to pay me, I'll do it. Because that would be a beautiful moment, but also shocking if that's what happened. I mean, you guys were ready to pay a guy who's done 4 shows ever. I imagine you paid Andy Dick. I imagine you paid Donkey Lips. I don't even know who else you guys have had on. I assume Ryan did it for free, by the way. I don't think you guys paid Ryan. but I gotta know.
What's happening?
Nothing's happening, dude. I just disagree with some of your viewpoints, and instead of you being a man and kind of talking me back with them, you kind of just disown me, kind of just like, I don't know, you just kind of act like nothing matters. And that's my issue with things. When people...
Now, Dr. Chow says, I never offered him a dime, but why would you offer him a dime if Mirror is the one doing all of that?
Tell you...
Now I feel like I'm getting the runaround.
That what you're saying doesn't matter?
I need to know... Wait, he says Comedy Shaman is full of crap. What, you guys didn't offer to pay him? I think we have proof that that's not true. I feel like I'm getting the runaround. I now need to know how much Andy Dick made, how much Donkey Lips made, how much Ryan made.
That's an issue.
I told you things matter. I told you to get seeds, and I told you to get tourniquets, and I told you
Tourniquets,
to get a bullet charger
come on.
and some ammo and a rifle, and you thought I was crazy, and you dismissed my thoughts earlier. And I do think
Donkey Lips did it for $150. Stut Joe? Who's Stut Joe? Did it for $500. Well, that's got to be somebody famous. Who is Stut Joe? I don't know who that. I know who Donkey Lips is. I don't know who Stut Joe is.
Stuttering John.
Oh, Stuttering John. Oh, okay.
I think things are serious. I just think when you're like, what do you think, Nikki Haley, or you think Gavin Newsom? When you get to that level, none of that shit matters. None of that matters.
When did I get to that?
All of those people want you dead.
Do you
Every
think...
one of them.
Of course, all these motherfuckers want you dead. My thing is, when you fucking have all these motherfuckers pushing the Ukraine or Israel...
All right, let's end our poll here about trolls, and let's do a new poll, okay? And it's, is Dr. Chow a liar? And our choices are yes, and also a goon official. Now, I want you guys to really answer this truthfully. No, but please make him a goon. And wait, do I have enough room for? I don't have enough room for anyway. Let's add another choice. Yes, he a liar and a fraud. I spelled fraud wrong, even though I was trying to spell it wrong. And then your other option is no, I like him and his kimono. I put kimono, but okay. Let's start that poll. We'll see what people think in just a moment.
The IDF, or the fuck they're called, the Jews fucking killing the Palestinians. My thing is, cannot there be some type of medium, conscience that we can all relate to, so we don't fucking just tweak out and be barbarians and just push towards certain things?
Some people are predisposed to being barbarians, and it's none of our business.
What do you mean?
That's my take on it.
Why is that?
Because some people are just barbarians in very far away lands that have nothing to do with our general interests.
You can't cultivate somebody towards something, though?
No, it's not our business. It's not my business.
I mean, let's be honest.
Why do you want to play God with everybody?
Why not? I mean, we control everyone in society. Don't we control everybody within our society constructs?
Wait a second. This is an interesting comment. Dub says, Mersh spoke on getting peanut butter as it needed no refrigeration. I see nothing wrong with that. I don't know why you commented that. I don't fully know what it means or if it is even true. However, if he did in fact say this, doesn't that imply he doesn't have a refrigerator? Does that mean he is unable to refrigerate food? We know he doesn't
No
cook.
wonder he hates coleslaw.
Well, yeah.
Good thing, though, right?
Why?
That's like going like, yeah, women get raped all the time. What's the big deal? You're like, yeah, no, we're trying to get those numbers down, my man.
You're being too simple. You're being too simple.
I'm trying to be funny. I'm sorry. That's all. I don't know what's going on here, man.
No, you're good. I'm trying
It's
to
got
ask
very
you.
serious.
I mean, don't you want to get serious? I'm trying.
No, Mersh is so upset right now. He's having flashbacks back to the Royce incident.
To be honest with you here,
it's
society.
I think it's a lot of semantics, and there's different things you guys are discussing. But
how's the soup?
Here's what I know about money. And
how's the soup?
And
and again, it fell flat. Maybe that was actually the moment he played on the show. I just remember he was saying the soup thing. Either way, fell flat.
That's something. What do you want to say?
Here's Mersh's version.
It's
Society.
I think it's a lot of semantics, and there's different things you guys are discussing. But
how's the
here-
soup?
I think now is a perfect
I
time to come
got
out and say that I'm a
excited,
gay man.
very excited to see all of this.
Okay. Now here's the real version of it.
here's what I
Society.
think it's a lot of semantics, and there's different things you guys are discussing. But
How's the soup?
here's what I know about money and
No,
how-
hang on.
how-
He had something. What do you want to say?
How's the soup? What kind of
Good.
soup is it?
Wow. He repeated it. He actually repeated it. It's worse than I thought. That's a million times worse than I thought. Holy shit. They thought he was saying something real. He had to repeat his gag, and he did it. In fact, twice.
No, hang on. He had something. What do you want to say?
How's the soup? What kind of
Good.
soup is it?
What kind of soup is? Oh, is it gazpacho? How's it soup? What's it soup? Soup? Remember I said soup?
split pea
It's-
soup.
Oh,
You know what?
I'm
It's-
more of a
it's
lentil
not-
soup.
It's Nazi soup.
But yeah. So money works on velocity. Like money doesn't have any intrinsic
Huh?
value, and interest rates dictate a lot of how the velocity of money and how you tighten things. And
Okay. See, Chow's the money guy, so he's lying. Look, the poll says 16% say no, I like Chow and his kimono. 18% say yes, he is a liar and a fraud. 11% say no, but please make him a goon. And 55% say yes, and also a goon. Official.
the value of money. So them
You're
sending
gonna
all,
tell me this isn't the money man of the program?
all this money over is one thing that he's talking about, and that is very emotional or structural to like why is it going there instead of here. But there's an argument to be made. Well, that there's a velocity there. Of course, he knows he has thoughts of like,
oh my God, wait a second. Yeah. MERSH said gazpacho soup before, but he said it like Gestapo. And then the guy said, Mir says Nazi soup. Wait a second. This guy might be more on the ball than we were thinking. Hang on a second.
Hitler was his soup,
pocketed
correct?
and siphoned and all that different type of stuff.
Hang on. Before you answer your
Yeah, Mr. $1,500 doctor chair is the money guy. Exactly. You're gonna tell me, and you got a rich dad, and you got the chair.
diplomatic
You're wearing
Wall full of baseball cards.
wall full of baseball cards. You got a kimono on. You're gonna tell me you don't have you're a doctor.
garbage. What's
You're
Hitler
not
a Jew,
a bomb
correct?
building lunatic.
I have no idea, man.
Yeah.
All that shit's like way
Hey,
before I was
MERSH,
born.
what's Hitler?
You don't have shittily still with the creases in them hung up flags hanging behind you to hide your garbage piles.
a Jew? Can you
What's
agree
your
with
name?
that?
I didn't know the guy.
Okay.
Wait. What did he just say?
All that shit's like way
Hey,
before I was
MERSH,
born.
was Hitler a Jew? Can you
Oh,
agree?
was Hitler a Jew? Okay, this is a brain buster.
I didn't know the guy.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I don't even know any of that shit. Like all that stuff about like what. That's like
He's upset. Was Hitler a Jew? I don't know. And now Mir is going to lose it on MERSH.
But I'm just saying, like, I can see what MERSH is saying with sending money over there. It rubs people the wrong way when people hear it's hard to get money right now.
He can't
money's
believe what he's
expensive with
hearing.
Interest rates up, inflation, things are more expensive because of interest
Yeah,
rates
I
being
mean,
up. So it's all that type of shit. So when you get into that debate, and then you're talking about like conquering or natural resources, things that actually are of value, namely war's been fought over like oil, or at least that's what's been said in certain places.
Yeah, look,
Mineral.
Tom Gully says MERSH just went full on American Spirit.
Look at Gaza Strip right now.
American Spirit Airlines.
Can I?
Well, I don't know, but, yeah.
Can I ask you
American
something?
Spirit cigarettes.
What happened?
Spirit left his tooth.
I thought American Spirit cigarettes was the joke, Cole. And then you just said it, but with the cigarette part. Was that not the joke? Did you think he meant like the spirit of America?
I did.
Well, Tom, we'll let you
full
clear that
James.
one up in chat. Please don't enter the voice chat, obviously, because while I'd love to have you here, I don't want to have you here.
Mirrors into
What's
yeah.
happening?
I don't know.
No.
I was trying to ask
I
about
don't
chicks,
people
bro.
talking for me right now. Hang on. Stop talking, Dr. Child. Like, be quiet. What are you asking me, Florida?
What's happening right now? What is this?
What is happening is this.
Florida.
Tom confirms that was the joke because Mersh started smoking. That's what I thought as well. But then Cole thought you meant the literal, or I guess metaphorical, spirit of America. Cole, any words or you gotta?
Where do you get your ideas from?
Where do you get those? Okay.
You and I are brothers now.
Whoa! What is going on right now? Fuck, dude. This is whiplash, man. This stream is everywhere. This interview is nuts.
What is happening is this. You and I are brothers now. I know.
What?
It's very hard to stomach. But when brothers hurt and they fight hard, you know they fight hard. And I'm from Missouri.
No more brother wars.
And when my significant other...
Can we be estranged brothers after tonight?
Okay, boom! Mersh wins. Boom! He won that one. That's Team Mersh.
At least for a couple months.
Yeah, it was a pretty good joke.
I don't want to be that crazy individual that stalks you in the sense.
Actually, you know what? The people voting out there, you're right. Dr. Chow and Mir are the goons here. Mersh, no longer a goon.
They're cyberbullying me to death.
Oh, what's that? Oh, I guess actually, never mind.
To your fucking doorstep, but
now this other guy here, the one that looks like a Burger King Kids Club version of Dr. Disrespect.
What?
And Mersh, all of the goodwill that you earned instantly out the window. And by the way, that happened during the live version of this too. Everybody's like, "Oh, we got him," and then he says that, and everyone's like, "What the fuck?" It was just the black guy meme.
Looks like.
You can stay in touch. You're all right.
I love you. I all I'm gonna say is this: I will fight hard for what I believe in, and no matter what, when we have
You will fight
discussions-
hard to make sure that we continue to give Israel and Ukraine billions of dollars. That is completely
motherfucker, I work for them. What do you want me to do?
Yeah,
he works for Israel and Ukraine.
I'm aerospace. What do you want me to do?
Oh well,
Well, yeah,
see,
well.
they always have a vested interest in it.
Yeah, Mersh.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy, you don't.
Yeah, it makes sense. So
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't make money off of fucking
killing
Patriot
them?
missiles that kill people. So yeah,
What's wrong with that? I mean, what's wrong with that?
You can make money off of it, but at least be transparent. Like I don't make money off that, so I can objectively look at
Yes,
something and
but
go,
you
I don't
talk
want my
shit.
money being wasted.
You talk shit about it though.
I'm not even saying put aerospace out of business. All I'm saying is
You can't. Yeah,
maybe utilize these resources along our own borders and along our own fucking cities.
What's that mean? Our own borders? Come on.
We have enough goddamn we have enough jihadi savages in our own fucking cities for the military. to
They're
focus
bantha fodder. They're bantha fodder. We're gonna use them when we need to use them. Come on.
I'm more
They're
scared
bantha
of the
fodder?
Yeah, Bantha Poodoo actually as well. He's talking about sand people right now. And listen, the Tuscan Raiders.
Voodoo no Wookie?
The Tuscan Raiders have been a problem for some time. And the problem is when they come into the country, you can't fucking keep track of how many are coming in because they walk in single file to hide their numbers.
Serious from South Chicago than I am of any fucking
What's that
Russian
mean?
soldier.
What's that mean?
Oh, a black kid with a gun. Sorry, I thought I was pretty clear. I thought I communicated pretty,
No
pretty
Michael
well.
Brown. I don't know, man. I'm sorry.
Okay, this has gone on so long, and I want to show this whole thing, and it's worth showing this whole thing. I feel like we got to move this to the Pod Awful. Listen, coming up, Mersh starts to believe that Pod Awful is secretly influencing this entire thing and may even, in fact, be on the line with it. This is a moment coming up. 4 hours though. Do we go to Pod Awful? I don't know. Is that too unfair? Should I do that to him or no?
I think if you're gonna, there might be an update.
Oh, really? Wait, what do you mean? All right, is it a James thing?
Yeah.
What's going on, James?
TJ,
go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen,
Well-
the internet's TJ.
Hello there. James is not pleased about this alleged accusation.
Of course.
However,
of course,
it might have been confirmed to me that he recognizes that it was an inappropriate joke.
Okay. So he
However,
okay, go ahead.
However, it's because he's let Pot Awful be a bad influence on him, and he needs to find a healthier community anyways.
Please tell me that's not true, because that is literally what you said when you left.
Why don't you just say what he said verbatim?
Just read it to us.
Yeah,
Steve.
just read it.
After I said, hey, James, get in here, talk it out. It's fun too. I thought that would entice him.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Nah, I'm done. Not gonna hang around in a group where I got accused of being a paranormal in front of 400 plus people."
By the way, we do that to each other all the time. That's not new. That's crazy. But go ahead.
It's been a running joke with Scott for years. He's taken it in stride. Never freaked out.
Bored of
cared.
Not even really much of a joke. I think it's just actually true about Scott. Go ahead.
Almost certainly.
It was an inappropriate joke, and I shouldn't have made it. I've let Pot Awful be a bad influence on me for years, and I need to find a healthier community anyway.
Wow. That's crazy. Okay. All right. Well,
so I think we need a 21 Dickel salute for him or something.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get a 21 Dickel salute, because it looks like James is officially gone full. And I hate to say this because I do feel responsible for it. This takes nothing away from my responsibility, but I do feel like he's going full baby mode on this one. So it's time to see off James, for him to hit that dusty trail. 07 James. I feel like we hardly knew you.
Yeah, that's not based.
Oh, I have this real big dickle.
Oh, I have this real big dickle.
I have this real big dickle.
I have this real big dickle.
Oh, I have this real big dickle.
That was the 14-year-old girl, by the way.
I have this real big dickle.
Oh, I have this real big dickle.
I got this real big dickle.
Oh, I have this real big dickle.
I have this real big dickle.
Oh, I have a real big dickle.
Oh, I have this real big dickle.
I have this real big dickle.
I have this real big dickle.
Oh, I have this real big dickle.
I got this real big dickle.
Oh, I have this real big dickle.
I have this real big dickle.
Oh, I have this real big dickle.
Oh, I have this real big dickle.
21 Dickel salute. James, I feel like from the first time we met you, we knew it was meant to be. A true autistic patriot, one of the Earth's night vision guys, and in the end, a Schrodinger's pedophile. That's not my choice. That's not my choice. You could come back. You could have come back and told us, but it's still a mystery box. Look,
I have a huge dickle.
James wants to use the excuse that it is our fault that he was doing that. He says that we've encouraged him to be this way. We did nothing but tell him over and over again to stop doing this shit. I've said in the Discord many, many times, I don't particularly even enjoy it when James or really anyone else goes and does these monkey things. I don't think they're that funny. Usually, every once in a while, there's a banger, but there's a lot of shit in between. So to use Pod Awful as your excuse for why you were doing that, when Pod Awful's the one telling you not to, when Pod Awful's the one calling you out about it, when Pod Awful's the one offering you redemption, most importantly of all, I would say that's some really scummy shit. Maybe even, I don't know how other people feel about this, perhaps even scummier than calling you out in front of 400 people live. Maybe.
Oh, I have this real big.
Sounds like he's been tried by a jury of his peers in pizza court.
Now, here's the thing. I like James, and I really don't think this of him. I do think he needs to stop doing this stuff. I think the scariest part in all of this is if he leaves and he blocks everyone and he protects his account, then what we don't know is he doing this just in his spare time with no one around? So, but I will say this. James, the door's always open. And you're always, just like TJ here, who left because he felt like Pod Awful was a negative influence on his life, a thing TJ actually said.
Don't hang around here for too long. Okay.
You're welcome back anytime. TJ, you're welcome back anytime. And everybody who has gone big baby, crybaby, stink mode is 100% allowed back, except for Banana Aaron, Cute Piku, Butter Bagels, Plank,
Sticky.
Is Gloves cool?
Gloves.
Really?
Also Patrick. Also Rizabast. Also Koch.
Oh, come on.
That's a guy. That's just a guy who died. He didn't actually leave. He just passed away. Also Small Ryan. Also, well, obviously I don't want them back. They'd be zombies. Also, man, I mean, we have a whole thread about this. Who else is left?
Was it Nem Soto or whoever? Who's the guy that left?
Add James to the thread, by the way, again. Nem hasn't left. Nem's he's just in and out, you know. He doesn't always have time, but I don't.
Yeah, because didn't he do the Rufio documentaries? Who's the fucking
that's
weirdo?
Jerry
Who's the guy that
Noto.
left for-
That's Jerry Noto. He didn't leave. Fuck, what is that thread called? Big Baby Freakout?
I think so.
All right, let's search for that. Quitting the cult, Big Baby Freakout. So let's go through the list of people who have quit and had a Big Baby Freakout. James, of course, top of the list here. So he's done this before. Drake is also not welcome back. Drake from Super Arrogant Bros, or as he's also known, Dirk. Patrick the Pothead.
Maddox's condom.
Patrick the Pothead, I already said. Noisy also never allowed back. But again, we keep our door. If people leave, we keep our door open for Babbitts. Babbitts is never allowed back. Plank. Why
isn't Noisy allowed
Vio has left before and come back, but she's actually not allowed back.
What did Noisy do?
What did Noisy do? I don't know. She's fat. It turns out she's secretly fat.
Loria.
That's enough. Yeah, that's true.
That's understandable.
Laura,
Plank's wife, not allowed back. Devin definitely not allowed back. Corey, by the way, who is back, not allowed back. But we welcome back anybody who's left with open arms. 100%. Banana Aaron, not allowed back. We had a speed runner, a guy named I Have Seen Heaven, joined and then left in the same few minutes. He's not welcome back. Who else? We said Babbitts, right? Boat actually is not allowed back, even though I think he might even be here right now. Not sure. But
Lila. What about Tom Lila?
Lila died. It's not the same thing. Lila's just dead.
Diabetes, the silent killer.
Murdered. Susan Stormborn, not allowed back. Ever. Mickey, yikes. Mickey, not allowed back. You guys remember Mickey? Mickey's a bit of
I didn't.
Mickey, I would say, is a bit of an early Bex. Also not allowed back. Bex not allowed back. Bex, by the way, Bex in the Pizza Fund. Bex in the Pizza Fund, a paying Pizza Fund customer. She's been locked out of her account. Cannot delete it.
Mickey's the lady with the
Jesse,
mustache.
I have a couple things I need to DM you that are very private.
No, thank you, Bex. Alicia Elizabeth not allowed back. I would actually like Elizabeth to come back, but wasn't my ruling. Other people said Elizabeth not allowed back because of exactly the reason you guys think.
G Blackie allowed back.
Lenny, why'd you make that sound?
Huh?
Why did you make that sound?
That wasn't Lenny.
Oh, who made that sound? TJ
Made that sound.
Who made
that was TJ.
Oh, sorry. Sounded a little like Lenny. TJ, why'd you make that sound?
What sound?
You went.
Seemed like
That was me. That was me.
Okay, what the fuck is happening? Can somebody please listen? I got a list.
It was me for the exact reason you said you thought. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Exact reason.
Why would you make that sound because of that? What reason? What reason do you think I'm saying Elizabeth isn't allowed back?
Is it the vagina thing?
What'd you say, Turk?
Is it the vagina thing?
The
What?
Whoa!
I don't even think that's possible.
Dude,
Yes, yes. Like
That's really insensitive.
Hey, we're not in the fucking after. What are you doing, dude? No, I'm talking about the other thing where she was secretly in love with me and mad that I got married. Lord, Jesus, man. We didn't go to Pod After yet.
Have some decorum.
Fuck me. Troll Cow's never allowed back.
G Blackie allowed back.
G Blackie's definitely a Shalin, not allowed back. But again, anybody who has left fully, the door is open anytime for James or anyone who's ever decided to call it quits. We love you. We miss you. We care for you. And you are always, our door is open and we are here for you. Chewy quit one time. He's not allowed back. Even though he is
that
back.
Michael guy that we played out.
Michael's not allowed back.
I don't think he quit.
Oh, here's a weird one. Rob Galaban, the YouTuber, Rob Galavan. What's his name?
Gabagool.
Gavalan. Royce's co-host. He's not allowed back. Should we go into a pod off? Nobody answered me on that. Should we do a pod after, or is that too mean to the audience? But we've gone almost 4.5 hours now, free.
Nah,
I mean, it's just the end. It's like the last. We've got a lot of time here left, though. Actually, we've got over 30 minutes.
Best part.
It's the best part.
Yeah.
It is the best part. Should we put it behind the paywall?
Just keep it running.
It is. I mean, listen, I'm not keeping. You can go watch it by yourself, I guess. You won't get my incredible commentary and my way of making it a beautiful, fun time. We have an amazing time here so far. And
look, Jesse, Thanksgiving just happened. It's the holiday season.
It's a giving season. Back. Giving, Thanksgiving, yeah.
You know, and you're the only thing on the internet that isn't fucking litter, so you might as well. Just give them a little extra for the end of the year, you know?
Give them a little extra, $6 in the pizza fund for the Pod After show. And you can see the end of this where, again, MERSH believes, and it's very subtle. You'll miss this if you watch it by yourself. It's very, very subtle. But MERSH truly does believe at one moment during this that Pod Awful is involved in this entire scenario. So join the Pizza Fund, get immediate access to our content that is no longer allowed on YouTube, our archive, so many primo shits and fucking all the MERSH content is actually now Pizza Fund only. It's the only way to get there. Why is this not letting me scroll? My scroll wheel stopped working for some reason. Ah!
That was a jump scare.
Support the show. Join the Pizza Fund. Podawful.pizza.
Pizza.
Podawful.pizza.
P-I-C-C-A. All right, listen, Lucas, our friend Lucas has gifted out a lot of YouTube memberships. That gets you nothing but emojis. So join the pizza. It's meaningless to me, the memberships. I mean, we thank Lucas. He's donated quite a bit of money here for the rest of you guys. He's pulling all the fucking weight here, and all the super chatters too, and I'm not even reading their chats. So do this. Join the Pizza Fund. Don't waste your money on YouTube anymore. $6 level for this Pod After show. And you can go check out the levels and see what they get you. They get you access to more channels in the Discord. They get you hangouts and after shows and primo shows and world wars and fucking archives and archives of shit that you can't get anywhere else. We got to go. Sorry, we don't have time for YouTube anymore, or D-Live, or Rumble, or... what's the other one we're on? Kick. We're on all of those now, though, so go follow us on those. Follow me on Twitter. And until next time, have an awful day. Podawful.pizza. You're missing the best part. Honestly, it's actually crazy that I'm doing this to you. It's actually a crime. What I'm doing, I'm committing a crime, but I owe the pizza funders. Podawful.pizza. Going live there in just a minute.
Did I cross swords with this guy at some point?
Call me a pedophile and dox my address.